Over 5 million children have benefited from free SHS. Protect free SHS. Vote Dr. Bawumia #1 on the ballot. Over 5 million children have benefited from free SHS. Protect free SHS. Vote Dr. Bawumia #1 on the ballot. Over 5 million children have benefited from free SHS. Protect free SHS. Vote Dr. Bawumia #1 on the ballot. Over 5 million children have benefited from free SHS. Protect free SHS. Vote Dr. Bawumia #1 on the ballot. Over
Mid-year budget review with some key allocations.
We are currently here at Tanishi.
When the news breaks, we are there. In the heart of matters arising, we follow through with the right question. Don't miss a beat with our in-depth news analysis. From breaking news, special feature stories, latest news, we bring you the stories that matter. Our team of immersed reporters bring you the news as it happens. Join us every 6 a.m., 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. each day for a comprehensive look at the stories beyond the headlines.
Two to one.
You're watching ABC News GH.
ABC News GH, your trusted source for news.
Mid-year budget review with some key allocations.
We are currently here at Tanishi.
When the news breaks, we are there. In the heart of matters arising, we follow through with the right question. Don't miss a beat with our in-depth news analysis. From breaking news, special feature stories, latest news, we bring you the stories that matter. Our team of immersed reporters bring you the news as it happens. Join us every 6 a.m., 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. each day for a comprehensive look at the stories beyond the headlines.
2 to 1.
You're watching ABC News GH.
ABC News GH, your trusted source for news.
This is where the headlines are probed. Policies scrutinized through an objective lens with an unbiased approach to every discussion. Key in to a series of pulsating conversations with the hard questions.
Why do you still want to run when you have failed?
I haven't. What do you mean by failed?
In-depth analysis of policy proposals.
If it is a temporary program, why do we want to still create another gold reserve exchange program also to address a temporary issue?
If you introduce a temporary measure and you realize that the temporary measure works and is sustainable, you have to rethink whether or not it should just be temporary.
And every agenda and positions intellectually debated to set the record straight.
Look, you still don't answer the question now.
Go on.
Question is, if Article 78(1) is anything to go by, your ministers of state largely are supposed to come from the parliament.
Yes.
The law says that not less than 10 and not more than 19. So these are your cabinet, your ministers of state you're going to get. How do you intend to? Have you thought about managing that head-up?
Absolutely. If I hadn't, I probably would not get on the fray to do this.
On Focus on ABC, we focus on the matter, the personality, and the answer beyond the rhetoric. Focus on ABC shows every Thursday at 7 p.m. only on ABC News Ghana television.
Over 5 million children have benefited from free SHS. Protect free SHS. Vote Dr. Baumia #1 on the ballot. Over 5 million children have benefited from free SHS. Protect free SHS. Vote Dr. Baumia #1 on the ballot.
welcome to your election poll center. This is ABC Headlines. I am Abna Mante. Before we get into the headlines, we apologize for the late start in the headlines this morning. Coming up in the headlines, the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, SHRAJ, has recommended a forensic audit and potential prosecution of the trustees of the National Cathedral project in its latest report on the National Cathedral. Still to come in the headlines, the flag bearer of the NDC, John Dramani Mahama, has assured petroleum industry players that he will attract investors into the sector despite recent decline. We have these and many more coming up shortly. Stay tuned. First headline, the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, SHRAJ, has recommended a forensic audit and potential prosecution of the trustees of the National Cathedral project. This comes after an investigation into allegations of corruption and abuse of power regarding the controversial project. The findings were detailed in a report dated November 22, 2024, following complaints by North Tongue MP Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa. The report highlights several breaches of Ghana's procurement laws, particularly in the award of the construction contract to Rebate Company Limited. SHRAJ concluded that the contract was void ab initio for being entered into contrary to the mandatory provisions of the Procurement Act, Act 663, as amended by Act 914. The report signed by the Commissioner of SHRAJ, Joseph Whittle, called on the Public Procurement Authority, PPA, to intervene and cancel the contract with Rebate Company Limited. Additionally, SHRAJ urged the Auditor General to conduct a forensic audit of the project, citing concerns about the 225,962,500 Ghana cedis spent as of May 31, 2022, described as seed money. The Commission further recommended that the National Cathedral Board of Trustees be subjected to investigations and possible prosecution for their role in awarding the contract in violation of procurement laws. SHRAJ has exonerated Reverend Victor Kusi Boateng over allegations that he holds two passports with two different names. Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa, Member of Parliament for North Tongue in the Volta region, in January 2023, petitioned the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice to investigate the Secretary of the National Cathedral Board of Trustees, Reverend Victor Kusi Boateng, over conflicts of interest, including possession of multiple identities and other alleged criminal dealings. However, a report by SHRAJ has indicated that he holds one passport with the name Kwabena Edu Jemfi and has never been issued a passport with the name Kusi Boateng as claimed by Mr. Okudzeto-Ablakwa, which the two deputy commissioners of SHRAJ received, had also alleged that there was a transfer of 2.6 million Ghana cedis in cash from the National Cathedral Secretariat to JNS Talent Center Limited, owned by Reverend Kusi Boateng, under his secondary identity, Kwabena Edu Jemfi. However, the Commission concluded that no service was rendered by the JNS Talent Center Limited, owned by Reverend Kusi Boateng, under this secondary identity. Still on matters about the National Cathedral, the Member of Parliament for North Tongue, Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa, has criticized the Commission of Human Rights and Administrative Justice for its conclusion that there was no conflict of interest in financial transactions involving the National Cathedral Secretariat and JNS Talent Center Limited, a company linked to Reverend Kusi Boateng. Ablakwa raised concerns about a 2.6 million Ghana cedi payment made by the Secretariat to the JNS Talent Center Limited. The Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice has recommended a forensic audit and potential prosecution of the trustees of the National Cathedral Project, which is associated with Reverend Kusi Boateng, who also goes by the name Kwabena Edu Jimfi. Ablakwa alleged impropriety and conflict of interest in his petition in the transaction. Shraj's investigation found that JNS Talent Center provided no services for the payment but deemed it a reimbursement to Reverend Kusi Boateng for advancing funds to contractors during the Secretariat's financial difficulties. The Commission concluded there was no wrongdoing or conflict of interest. Into some election news, the flag bearer of the National Democratic Congress, John Dramani Mahama, has attributed Ghana's 35% decline in petroleum production to government corruption, which he says has driven away major investors like ExxonMobil to countries such as Ivory Coast. Speaking to the Western Regional House of Chiefs the 2nd during his 3-day tour of the region, Mahama alleged that some government officials demand exorbitant sums from petroleum investors for oil blocks, undermining confidence in the industry. He contrasted the current state of the sector with the growth record under his administration, emphasizing that corruption has eroded the progress his government achieved.
Frank, who are you to my man, I just said, Nakamana, almost 170,000 barrels of oil a day. We know, can say, oil production I come from by almost 35%. And also, I can't Juma, you did almost oil companies. Almost normally subcontracting the attitude. The so Juma almost that into almost workers to do. Frank, who are you to my man?
Into some power stories, Sana Nasaglu Power Limited has resumed operations for its 560 megawatts power plant following an intervention by Finance Minister Mohammed Amin Adam and Energy Minister Herbert Krapper tourism packages. The ministers facilitated the release of emergency funding to address the company's financial challenges. The power plant was shut down in October 2024 due to the Electricity Company of Ghana's failure to settle overdue payments, leaving Sana Nasaglu unable to sustain operations. At the time, the company reported a net receivable of $259 million, excluding fuel, owed by ECG as of September 2024. But in Monday's statement, the company said, "We have submitted our final version of the restructuring terms sheet to the Ministry of Finance and ECG in August for finalization and signing soon. We are confident that a win-win solution that will ensure the stability and reliability of Ghana's energy will be achieved. We hope that the ECG can adhere to the spirit of the contract and diligently honor their financial obligations in the PPA." That's all for the headlines this morning on ABC in the Morning. ABC in the Morning comes up soon. Stay with us.
to you.
That's something
It's about 300 million.
This is where the headlines are probed, policies scrutinized through an objective lens with an unbiased approach to every discussion. Key in to a series of pulsating conversations with the hard questions.
Why do you still want to run when you have failed?
I haven't. What do you mean by failed?
In-depth analysis of policy proposals.
If it's a temporary program, why do we want to still create another gold reserve exchange program also to address a temporary issue?
If you introduce a temporary measure and you realize that the temporary measure works and is sustainable, you have to rethink whether or not it should just be temporary.
And every agenda and positions intellectually debated to set the record straight.
Look, you still don't answer the question now.
Go on.
Question is, if Article 78(1) is anything to go by, your ministers of state largely are supposed to come from the parliament.
Yes.
The law says that not less than 10 and not more than 19. So these are your cabinet, your ministers of state you're going to get. How do you intend to? Have you thought about managing that hurdle?
Absolutely. If I hadn't, I probably would not get on the fray to do this.
On Focus on ABC, we focus on the matter, the personality, and the answer beyond the rhetoric. Focus on ABC shows every Thursday at 7 p.m. only on ABC News Ghana television.
Mid-year budget review with some key
We
allocations.
are currently here at Kanishi.
When the news breaks, we are there. In the heart of matters arising, we follow through with the right question. Don't miss a beat with our in-depth news analysis. From breaking news, special feature stories, latest news, we bring you the stories that matter. Our team of immersed reporters bring you the news as it happens. Join us every 6 a.m., 12 p.m., and 6 p.m. each day for a comprehensive look at the stories beyond the headlines.
You're watching ABC News GH.
ABC News GH, your trusted source for news.
Over 5 million children have benefited from free SHS. Protect free SHS. Vote Dr. Baumia #1 on the ballot. Over 5 million children have benefited from free SHS. Protect free SHS. Vote Dr. Baumia #1 on the ballot.
To ABC in the morning live on ABC News GH. We're streaming on our YouTube channel. The channel is ABC News GH. If you haven't subscribed, do well to subscribe to the channel and turn on post notifications so that anytime we are live, you have all of the expression of what is happening here. Our Instagram, our socials are all ABC News GH_. So you want to follow us on our social and interact with us there. Would be glad to hear from you. And our website, www.abcnewsgh.com, www.abcnewsgh.com. ABC News GH, we are your credible election guide. That's why we're bringing you Poll Center, where we say votes, not violence. As we head towards the elections, before, during, and after the elections, all we need to tell you is that what is most important is your thumb. The decision you take on December 7 and nothing else. Don't be used as a conduit or any tool to perpetrate any form of violence. The Ghana we have, the peaceful Ghana we have, is a peaceful Ghana we want to continue to have. If we can build on it to have a more peaceful Ghana, we would love that more than we already have. We don't want to destabilize the peace we have in this country. So please and please again, your life matters, my life matters, our lives all matter. And because of that, let's pay attention to our votes and not to any form of violence. Today is the 26th day of November in the year of our Lord 2024, and I'm glad to come your way this morning with ABC in the morning. We'll bring you our front story, we'll bring you the latest in sports, some health tips, business fix, and all of the segments you love. The main discussion is a discussion you don't want to miss out on. And today, on Politics Today, we will again be comprehensively looking at another constituency. I know you're looking forward to that. And on Ghana Speaks, we'll open the phone lines for you to have the opportunity to speak, because it is only your voice that matters. When we open the phone lines, you can call us on 053-916-1609, 053-916-1609. We'll be so glad to hear from you. On Happy Hour, you can send us all of your birthday wishes, your well wishes you want to send to that friend, that loved one, and we will help you give them that befitting happy birthday wish you want to give them. So get in touch with us via our social. Send us a DM, send a picture of that person, and add that favorite or special quote you have for the person, and we'll do it for you. Our executive interview segment is a segment for you. We have specially curated it for you to sell your wares, to sell the service you have, to talk about what you are doing. So get in touch with us via 053-916-1609 and let us feature you on executive interview. ABC News GH is your credible election guide, and you want to keep your TV here on the Poll Center as we bring you everything about the elections. If you haven't taken a decision yet, maybe because of the analysis we do here, it will help you take a decision as we head into the elections. I am Abena Manti, and it's a pleasure and honor to come your way this morning with ABC in the morning. Let's take a breather. When we are back, front story. You're still watching ABC in the morning live on ABC News GH. Into our front story, we're taking a look at government's protection of women against violence. Yesterday, the world marked the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. International Day for the Elimination of Violence against women. Do you even know about it? Have you heard about it before? Have you been privy to this day that we mark, like other days that we mark to celebrate certain entities? Yesterday, we looked at elimination of violence against women, which is a critical thing unrooted in cultural and systematic gaps in the landscape all over the world. Yesterday's theme was every 10 minutes a woman is killed. No excuse. Unite to end violence against women. Unite to end violence against women. And this call is on government, civil society groups, and individuals to work collectively to address violence in all of its forms. How far have we come as a country, as Ghana? How far have we come? Have we done enough to end violence against women? Are women safe in the country? Are they safe wherever they are, in their homes? Are they safe? Are they safe from intimate partner violence and all the other forms of violence that are perpetuated against women? Have we looked at that and looked at it comprehensively? So we are looking at Ghana's fight for the elimination of violence against women. Let's take some statistics on violence against women all over. You will see that 41.6% of women have experienced intimate partner violence. 41.6% of women have experienced intimate partner violence. 33.2% have experienced physical violence. And 14.1% of women have experienced sexual violence. There are some regional disparities in the country when it comes to violence against women. When you look at the central region records the highest prevalence of physical violence against women. They stand at 44.6%, followed by the Savannah region at 42.9%, and the Volta region at 40.2%. In our schools, 52% of girls have reported gender-based violence, with 14% experiencing sexual abuse. Government has taken steps including enacting the Domestic Violence Act 732, which provides a legal framework to combat violence and protect victims. How many people are aware of this act that seeks to prevent violence or protect victims from violence? The question we ask, or the question remains, about implementation of all of these laws and whether the resources are allocated. And even if they are allocated, are they truly meeting the needs of victims in our country? We also look at beyond the law. What must we do to confront the uncomfortable truths about cultural practices and systemic enablers that perpetuate violence against women? From some entrenched beliefs about gender roles to silence some females within families and communities, there are factors that undermine the progress of women and leave women vulnerable. On Front Story today, we want to dive deeper into the realities on the ground. How effective are policies that have been put in place to protect women, and what can be done to challenge cultural barriers? And more importantly, what role do we all play in creating a safe, equitable society for women and girls in Ghana? If you picked 5 women, they would tell you that when at least 4 out of the 5 would tell you that anytime they are walking alone on a lonely path or a path that is not well lit, they keep turning to make sure that nobody is following them. Sometimes you, as a woman, subtle aggression that you experience on the daily, and you fear that somebody may harm you, and so you have to position yourself in such a way that you appear friendly so that somebody doesn't harm you. In any case, your friendliness does not even determine whether somebody will harm you or not. Time without number, we've heard stories from all over the world about how a woman was catcalled when she was walking, a girl was catcalled, and when she didn't pay attention to the guys who were catcalling her, she was harassed. So many stories. Every 10 minutes, a woman is killed. Every 10 minutes. We have 60 minutes in an hour. So 6 women killed every hour. So many women have been victims of intimate partner violence. So many women have suffered a certain form of violence at the hands of a relative that they should have been safe with. How many times haven't we heard about a young girl defiled? How many times babies hurt, raped, defiled, children facing certain forms of violence because they were born female, and then older women also subjected to this form of violence. Yesterday, the world marked elimination, the day of elimination of violence against women. This violence against women remains one of the most prevalent and pervasive human rights violations in the world. Anytime there's war, anytime there's crime, anytime there's instability in any part of the world, women are at risk because they face some level of violence. During the pandemic, when the world was on lockdown and we were practicing some form of social distancing and people were living at home, we realized that violence in the homes increased, domestic violence increased. People were in their homes with their families. They were supposed to be safe with their families. How much safe could you be if you couldn't be safe with your families? However, we saw violence increase, the incidence of violence increase. It means that violence against women is closer to us, literally near us. We walk with that. What are we doing to eliminate it? We got onto the streets of Accra to have conversations with people, ask the Ghanaians what they think about violence and how the country is working to eliminate violence in the country, violence against women in the country. Let's take a listen.
Having that, people are still having that, issue going on. People are still going through, women are still going through. So I know it's there, but it's not really effective. So yeah, so I think we are just pleading with them to at least make it effective for us, because we, those who are not going through, don't feel it, but others going to have a real feeling of it. So we are just begging them to make it effective so that the others who are going through that will also be saved from that. So
but and yet advisable and yet improper and let's say Brema who be boba in Kanka soya we 1 ton. Ayana who come and buson for na ube bunu to the extent say obepra. Hey, that be and yet buy a mobile pa shesena ye bre. Uba market no ma ye bre pa. Although market no ma wa Brema wa, but majority no ye ma ye bre. Who the Brema be one share kwada no be trani agile single mothers. Omu bre. What you say? Until say yeah law.
Yo. Ejakashi. Bible ya wana wale ake nunji ito. Yo kaji nunji ito. Ni bofia woni feke no ke yo ye. Te fe no kopo ne yin po chole tumi. No ke le yo. E mi ake wo ye wona wa mo ne. Shikaji bonu o na tu shito e. Obaya le yi ko ne ke ko ko na yin ni san ye sa ko ya gba e ke be no yin ba bo he no e fe ha mo ke na gba ke ha bo lo be ke be bi o tu shito ye gbala shine mi
o ile ni bi banyete ni lololo no jile ke bile na ke imami yo papa alo papa yo mami e be for le we ke ba fe a lifestyle no le on ke a fe nu le ke yo ko ya yin le wantu no gba ni ta flache o ba gba moko mani ekomeno ba gba ehin be e achon sani e we e be fine akenu ekeyu ba no alo ekenu nu keyo ye hia ne ba jile e be fo
ko kenu ye ni ejibeto mi ne ke ko ke boyo lo yi me mashibo e ya ke je punch bag jimi da gba ba momo mi o ba momo mi aturo rough o ba ko se ko gberebe mi eja ye o e chemi na ma go e wa nyo bo ba jimi lo ba fo wala no ami o ma se o la fi ologo sale ayo yin o na sale
you ba no alo ekenu nu keyo ye hia ne ba jile e be.
And the lady in white made a profound statement about the things that children pick up from home. The fact that you're in the home with your wife, and at any instance you are beating her, you are hitting her, you are creating an environment that is making your child think that it is normal that you beat your wife. And then if he is a man, he marries and then it perpetuates. He takes that attitude onto his wife and also is beating her. Some girls also who grew up in families where their fathers were beating their mothers now begin to associate violence or beatings with love, so that if they enter into a relationship where they aren't hit, they aren't beating, they think the man they are with don't love them and say that, why don't you beat me? Even if they are, and when they are beating, in the case when a woman is subjected to this horrific actions of beatings, they don't see anything wrong with it because they think it is normal. To beat me means that you love me. To perpetrate any form of violence against me means you love me. The UN reports that globally, almost 1 in 3 women have been subjected to physical and or sexual intimate partner violence, non-partner sexual violence, or both at least once in their life. For at least 51,100 women in 2023, the cycle of gender-based violence ended with one final and brutal act: their murder by partners and family members. This means a woman was killed every 10 minutes. It means that a woman was killed every 10 minutes. Very horrific statistics, if these are anything to go by. And this is why the world marks the day for the elimination of violence against women. Lawyer Francis Javier Sosu is a human rights lawyer and the MP for the Madina constituency. He joins us for a conversation. Good morning, Honorable. Thank you for your time.
Hi, good morning, and good morning to your cherished viewers.
Honorable, we know how much human rights is of importance to you. Yesterday, the world marked the International Day for the elimination of violence against women. For where you sit as a human rights lawyer, have we made any progress in addressing violence against women in our communities here in Ghana?
Well, I must say that violence against women can be seen in almost every society across the globe. The reason being that historically women have been seen as either objects or objects of violence, and have never had their real place in society. I mean, there have been, in history, you have sports of women excelling or doing something extraordinary, but generally, even in common law, there were some parts, I mean, sometimes like in ages past, when women were treated as chattels. I recall reading some stories about how women were not allowed to vote, for example, even in the United States of America. And the first lady who ever dared to actually register and voted was convicted for committing criminal offense. But today we know that most women have been liberated, and the issues of visiting violence on women have become a thing of the past, because we have active legislations now that seeks to protect women and to protect the domestic relationship. The question is, to what extent has these local legislations actually helped to resolve the issues of violence against women? When you come to Ghana, I would say that we have made some modest progress because moving from the enactment of the domestic violence bill to the content of the Children's Act to recently the passage of the affirmative action bill are all tools that are supposed to protect women. And you recall the even passage of the anti-witchcraft bill last year. And these are like wild successes in terms of legislation. What is missing clearly is some dedicated effort either on the part of the states and state agencies like MCCE to get to the ground, to continue to educate our people that domestic violence is not only a crime, but it kind of divide families and destroy families and create a culture of violence within the society. And so to some extent, I would say that we have achieved some modest gains. However, there is much more to be done, because the violations against women still continues unabated.
Thank you, Honorable. I'll come back to you, but we are joined by Sheila Minka Premo. She's the convener for the Affirmative Action Coalition. Sheila, thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, Chief.
When you look at the statistics here in Ghana accompanying this year's celebration, how dire is it that we take elimination of violence against women serious in our country?
Thank you very much. I think that the incidence of violence against women in Ghana is quite high, and there's a need to address it. I know that in 2016, violence against women, it occurs in different areas, different spheres. In the private sphere, which is domestic violence, and then in the public sphere as well, which is what happens in the workplace, in schools, and in society in general. And a 2016 study that was undertaken by the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, together with the Statistical Service, this was on prevalence and incidence of domestic violence. It was found that it was quite high. It was indicated that 27% of women had been victims of, violence against gender-based violence in the last 2 years before the study, and that is quite high. That means almost like a third. So the incidence is high, and I know that when you consider it in other areas of life, within the workplace, at the community level, in schools, it's also equally high. So it's quite a high incidence in Ghana.
The affirmative action law has been assented to. The act was assented to by the president. What role do you envisage that this law plays in promoting gender equality and reducing the violence that women face on the daily, the violence against women?
So first of all, the law promotes gender equality by coming up with a system for a progressive way in which it should address gender inequality, in particularly in decision-making positions. So it has a number of indicators of that are at the law, which indicates that in the first 2 years of the law, at least in places where there's a lot of gender disparity, and in many places it's women who are found to be led to decision-making positions. In the first 2 years, it should be increased to 30%. In the next 2 years to 35, and then by the year 2030, in line with the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN, we should have reached parity. So there's a progressive way which this is supposed to be done. If you look at a place like Parliament, for instance, which is a reflection, one of the areas that it's easy to see how the inequality really operates. Out of the 275 members of Parliament, which has been increased by, I think, an additional area, only 40 are women, making it 14.5%, which is very low. So this needs to be addressed. So to address gender inequality, if we follow the structures and the systems that have been put in the law. Then in addressing gender-based violence, the law makes it clear that in areas where women, a particular person is discriminated against based on the person's gender, there are punishments in the law. It punishes discrimination, it punishes people who insult others, who try to stand in positions. You know, sometimes one of the things that affects women's progression, particularly in workplaces and in decision-making positions, is insults. When a woman decides to stand for a position of influence, you know, sometimes she's insulted, sometimes it affects sexual harassment, sometimes so many things are done to affect her entry or promotion or whatever. The law says it's an offense and there's punishment for it. So the law has structures, it has provisions which seeks to punish some forms of violence against women. That is what affects women when it comes to the workplace and aspirations to decision-making positions.
Thank you. Honorable Sosu, laws have been put in place. You have mentioned that what is missing is the dedicated efforts by state agencies in educating and making sure that we prioritize our laws so that people know what is happening. What specific actions would you, by where you stand as a human rights lawyer and also as someone who makes laws for the country, what are the specific actions that you would call or look at to make sure that these laws are working and that women also know what laws are there for them, so that any time they are faced with issues of domestic violence, of any form of violence or any discrimination, they know that they can find recourse there?
Well, I think there are a number of things that must be done. One of them is increased sensitization. There are many of our young women who would be are violated on a daily basis, but they are not even empowered to go out there to confront their assailants, because sometimes it almost looks like a lost cause if you have to go and report, say, sexual harassment to your boss, or when you report like some sexual violence against you to police, because of the cultural nuances around some of these things. You know, you would go and somebody says that when to wake a crowd, like then like, and sometimes I've had several times when I've had calls like calls of people, female workers, saying that, you know what, if your both like your boss, your senior boss and your junior boss are all harassing you, what do you do? I'm like, what is the meaning of that? So the CEO is harassing you, and then the general manager is also harassing you, and you are in their middle, and you don't know what to do. And sometimes there's no recourse to anything because you feel there's no one to report to. If you were to go to Shraj to report to Shraj, likely that you will lose your job, and because there are no jobs around, you find yourself in that compromised situation, or compromised relationship, and you continue to hurt. So I think that there must be, increased sensitization. Our institutions like Shraj must be biting. For example, if a lady finds herself in a situation like that, you would expect that Shraj will swiftly deal with a case that will be involving a lady like that. And if there's like a hefty compensation even against the company or against the people who are involved in such violation, you know, Shraj will do. But I dare say that sometimes you go and report those things and you take another 1 year, 2 years, nobody has done anything about it, and you cannot be home for the next 2 years without eating. So then you just compromise. When you see the cases of young females who are either sexually violated, when you go to the police station to go and report, you are given a medical form. When you get to the medical doctors, after they have finished, before they endorse the form for you, people pay as much as 300 Ghana cedis all the way to like 1,500 before medical doctors even would put their signatures on those medical forms. The medical forms that are required for prosecution. And so how many people would have the financial means to go and be paying for medical forms for sexual violation? So there are a lot more people who are either raped or defiled, and their parents are unable to raise their money. So at the end of the day, you don't get remedy. What are we doing about it? For example, back in Parliament, there was a recent bill I brought, which is meant to add the cost of issuing such medical bills to the NHIS. If that bill gets passed, it means that nobody needs to pay money before medical doctors endorse. And then it also becomes a crime for medical doctors to extort money from victims of such sexual violation. And so I hope that that bill sees the light of day. And so it's a number of things that must happen. I mean, and there must be commitment from the state side to commit some funding, you know, and personnel to the cost to fight, you know, in the interest of women, so we can reduce gender-based violence and discrimination against women.
Sheila, let me ask, what are some of the things your coalition is putting in place to further sensitize the women about what is available for them in the law? A lot of people are ignorant of what the law captures for them. We deal with a lot of hearsay. If you go to the police will not do anything about it. Some men even scare young ladies, children, about not speaking about the perpetrators who perpetrated such heinous acts on them. What are you doing in your space as the coalition to also sensitize the women on that front to know what they have in the law and the leg to stand on? Hello, Sheila. Okay, we've lost Sheila Menka Premo. She is the convener for Affirmative Action Coalition. If we're able to establish contact with her, we would have more conversations with her. But let me come back to you, Honorable. Since you mentioned that you have put something before the House about absorbing some of these charges into the NHIS and all, we know that the cultural and societal stigma is very prevalent in our society, so much so that because of what somebody will think about you, that this lady has been raped before, this lady has been beaten before, would rather swallow what we are going through than to speak out about it. So the burden of shame rather lays with the victim instead of the one who has committed the crime, the one who has subjected a woman to this issue. When we look at engaging the stakeholders in the cultural and societal setting, how best can we drum home the need to take away stigma all around domestic and other forms of violence against women?
Well, I think that the need is higher now than ever, and all stakeholders will have to get involved. And when I talk about stakeholders here, I'm talking about the broader stakeholders, so that it's not work left for a few members of like a coalition asking that things be done right about women, and the violence against women need to stop. So, for example, we have the religious leaders who must get involved, like pastors must use their pulpits to speak about violence against women and educate their congregants that when there's violation against you, be bold enough to speak up, and churches should have counseling centers where they can receive complaints of domestic abuses. mosques and our imams need to do same. We chiefs and queen mothers need to be interested in violence against women in their local communities, and when they have opportunity to do their festivals. And I think that the Gomwa Fete, the Feteman, they do really great about that, because I know that annually during their festival they always have this one day where they do what they call a legal clinic. I've had a chance to participate twice, and where we go there we talk about all kinds of issues about domestic violence and things like that. Children and people in the community get a chance to ask questions. Even the chiefs themselves ask questions. Sometimes there are some of the petty things they do not know. Now at the political level, assembly members, unit committee members must commit to educating people at that very basic level about the need to take away violence against women. And indeed Parliament, which is the people's house, must also commit to that. The Gender Committee of Parliament, then the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection would have to lead the charge, because that is a fundamental objective or obligation of the ministry, which is the major state arm that is supposed to lead the charge and bring everybody on board, so we can at least reduce this issue of violence against women.
Okay. Honorable, we are grateful for your time this morning.
The pleasure is mine.
We're looking forward to having you to engage more on subsequent conversations.
I look forward to that too.
Honorable Francis Haviesos, who is a human rights lawyer and the MP for the Madina constituency. Sheila Minka Permo is the convener for the Affirmative Action Coalition. We had conversations about Ghana's fight for elimination of violence against women. Yesterday was the celebration. Yesterday the world commemorated the elimination of violence against women. 1 in 3 women have suffered a certain form of intimate partner violence, and 1 woman dies every 10 minutes. This is something that is worth looking at. And I want to plead with our mothers, our fathers. The home is the immediate socialization we have. If it has ever happened that your child has confided in you that someone has violated them in any form, please don't look at settling the matter or the issue at home. Please take it to the appropriate authorities. Seek justice for your child. Tomorrow, don't let your child grow and think that when someone violated me, my parents did not seek justice for me. They looked at the issue at home. We've had so many cases also of violence happening against women in the churches, in the religious bodies that they belong to, the mosque, the church, and other religious bodies, where they should have been able to receive the care or the needed advocacy that was very pertinent, but it was swept under the carpet. They looked at it on the level at church. It shouldn't be so. It shouldn't be that when issues come up, these issues are not issues that must be looked at on the level of religious conversations. If somebody is violated and you as the religious leader get to know, please seek justice for the victim. Please seek justice for the victim. You need to speak up for the oppressed. The oppressed can be found in many forms. One of the forms are women and children who are victims of violence, especially intimate partner violence, violence against women. Please seek justice for them so that they too they'll have some respite about all that is happening. You need to look out for the women in your family as we commemorate this. The father in the home, don't abuse your wife. You are setting a bad precedent for your children to follow. And please protect your children. So important. Your girl child needs your protection more than ever. The laws will be created. So many laws will be passed. So many bills will be looked at. So many policies will be put out there. But it starts from the home. Begin to protect your family and you'll be a better family for that. That is all for our front story this morning on ABC in the morning. Let's take a short breather. We will be back. Back to ABC in the morning. We are heading straight into the sports and the health segment. Derek Kumiki is on hand to bring us the latest in the world of sports, and Eric Melotrinebwa will follow with some health tips that we know you would love. Stay tuned, we will be back.
Over the past 8 years, the NPP has significantly improved support for our most vulnerable citizens. From expanding school meal programs, enrolling 300,000 more people in the LEAP initiative, enhancing healthcare for expectant mothers, we've strengthened the fabric of our society. But our work isn't done. We are committed to further enhancing these programs and introducing new initiatives to ensure that every Ghanaian has the opportunity to thrive. Vote for progress. Vote for care. Vote for Baumia. Baumia means business.
Mid-year budget review with some key allocations.
We are currently here at Kanishi.
When the news breaks, we are there. In the heart of matters arising, we follow through with the right question. Don't miss a beat with our in-depth news analysis. From breaking news, special feature stories, latest news, we bring you the stories that matter. Our team of immersed reporters bring you the news as it happens. Join us every 6 a.m., 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. each day for a comprehensive look at the stories beyond the headlines.
Two to one.
You're watching ABC News GH.
ABC News GH, your trusted source for news.
to you.
That's something
This is where the headlines are probed, policies scrutinized through an objective lens with an unbiased approach to every discussion. Key in to a series of pulsating conversations with the hard questions.
Why do you still want to run when you have failed?
I haven't. What do you mean by failed?
In-depth analysis of policy proposals.
If it's a temporary program, why do we want to still create another gold reserve exchange program also to address a temporary issue?
If you introduce a temporary measure and you realize that the temporary measure works and is sustainable, you have to rethink whether or not it should just be temporary.
And every agenda and positions intellectually debated to set the record straight.
Look, you still don't answer the question now.
Good.
Question is, if Article 78(1) is anything to go by, your ministers of state largely are supposed to come from the parliament.
Yes.
Hello there, good morning and welcome to the sports segment here on ABC in the morning. I am Derek Kumi Kisiedu. Here at ABC News Ghana, we are your election poll center, your credible election guide. Hashtag votes not violence. Let's dive into the world of sports. As the former Asante Kotoko captain Amos Frimpong has made a triumphant return to the club, taking on the role of deputy welfare officer and youth team manager. The Kumasi-based Ghana Premier League giant confirmed the appointment in a post on X, formerly Twitter, on Monday, November 15. We are pleased to announce that former captain Amos Frimpong has returned to the club to serve in the capacity as deputy welfare officer and team manager for our youth team. The club stated this move underscores Kotoko's effort to harness the expertise of its former players in shaping the club's future and developing young talent. In addition to Frimpong's appointment, Kotoko announced a significant restructuring of its interim manager committee, the IMC, according to a directive from His Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, and the Menchia Palace, Dr. Prosper Nateo Gumbo, stepped down from his IMC responsibilities to focus exclusively on his primary role as head coach. And now the Ghana Schools under 15 boys and girls football team received a warm reception at the GFA headquarters on Monday, November 25, 2024, following their remarkable performances at the Wafu B School Football Championship in Niger, led by Executive Council member Samuel Abuabri. The contingent returned to Ghana on Sunday, bringing home gold in the girls category and bronze in the boys division. A ceremony to celebrate the achievement was graced by Josalam Abubakar, first vice chairman of the National Juvenile Committee, who represented GFA President Keto Kreku. Addressing the players, Abubakar praised their efforts and encouraged them to remain disciplined as they work towards professional football careers. And our Black Stars and Rams defender Ali Duseidu has been ruled out of the rest of the season after suffering an interior cruciate ligament injury ACL in Rennes League One game on Sunday against Lille. Now, Seydou's untimely injury occurred after the right back contested for an aerial duel in the first half of the set game. The defender landed awkwardly after the incident, which happened after 11 minutes. Medics of Rennes rushed to the aid of the player, who they spent close to 5 minutes treated before they hobbled off the pitch. The injury comes on the heels of Abdul Fattah Issahaku, another Ghanaian, sustaining ACL injury as well, after Rennes manager George Sampoli confirmed yesterday that further tests were going to be carried out following Rennes' 1-0 loss. Seydou's season has been brought to an abrupt end. Now let's take some UEFA Champions League fixtures for today. Now, Bratislava versus Milan, Sparta Praha versus Athletic. Now, Barcelona versus Brest, Bayern Munich versus Paris, Inter Milan versus Leipzig, Leverkusen versus Salzburg, Manchester City versus Feyenoord, Sporting CP versus Arsenal, Young Boys versus Atlanta. That's all for today's match. Well, that's how we wrap up for the sports segment here on ABC in the morning. For more sports updates, please follow our website at www.abcnewsgh.com. I am Derek Kumi Kisiedu.
This is where the headlines are probed, policies scrutinized through an objective lens with an unbiased approach to every discussion. Key in to a series of pulsating conversations with the hard questions.
Why do you still want to run when you have failed?
I haven't.
What do you mean by failed?
In-depth analysis of policy proposals.
If it's a temporary program, why do we want to still create another gold reserve exchange program also to address a temporary issue?
If you introduce a temporary measure and you realize that the temporary measure works and is sustainable, you have to rethink whether or not it should just be temporary.
And every agenda and positions intellectually debated to set the record straight.
Look, you still don't answer the question now.
Go on.
Question is, if Article 78(1) is anything to go by, your ministers of state largely are supposed to come from the parliament.
Yes.
The law says that not less than 10 and not more than 19. So these are your cabinet, your ministers of state you're going to get. How do you intend to resolve? Have you thought about managing that head-off?
Absolutely. If I hadn't, I probably would not get on the fray to do this.
On Focus on ABC, we focus on the matter, the personality, and the answer beyond the rhetoric. Focus on ABC shows every Thursday at 7 p.m. only on ABC News Ghana Television.
Hello there, good morning and welcome to the health segment with me, Eric Chinibwa-Melo. It's always a pleasure to share health updates with you. And today we're celebrating Anti-Obesity Day. I'm sure most of you do understand or have an idea about what obesity means. But this day, which is November 26th, holds a special significance. So let's delve into the topic much more. So Anti-Obesity Day was established in 2001 by the Indian Wellness and VLCC with the involvement of medical professionals and stakeholders from various countries. Now, this initiative was launched due to growing concerns about the rapid rise in obesity rate worldwide. The day aims to highlight obesity as a significant public health hazard and encourages people to work towards combating it by developing healthy lifestyle habits. So obesity has reached a epidemic proportion globally, with rates tripling since 1975. Now, in 2016, over 650 million adults were classified as obese, a staggering figure that continues to rise. The World Health Organization, who has consistently identified obesity as a major risk factor for various non-communicable diseases, including cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, and musculoskeletal disorder. So there have been some myth and speculations, let me just say, about what obesity means, and we also hear what the fact. So when you hear someone say that obesity is solely the result of poor lifestyle, how true is it? Well, let's find out. So whilst diet and exercise play significant roles, obesity is also a complex condition which involves or can be influenced by genetic, environmental, and socioeconomic factors. So understanding this complexity is very crucial for developing effective interventions. So in as much as there are some speculations about the lifestyle people do live well, this is the reality of it. Again, some also do say that obese individuals have slower metabolisms than slim people. Well, I'm slim, that's fine. Let's find out what the truth really is about this fact. So contrary to popular beliefs, obese individuals often have faster metabolisms than their slimmer counterpart. So the increased body mass requires more energy to maintain, resulting in a higher basal metabolic rate. So in all of this, as I say, the world is celebrating Anti-Obesity Day. I'm sure most of you do not even know that there's a day like this. So every November 26th, we do celebrate this just to create awareness of how this can also be quite a very developing, rather sad situation to deal with. So Anti-Obesity Day encourages individuals to take proactive steps and also towards their better health. Here are some incredible, I should say, actions or tips to help you guide yourself if you're dealing with obesity. This is what you have to take into consideration. So you have to incorporate more fruits. Eating of more fruit and vegetables means that a whole grain and lean protein into your diet. You have to balance all of this and make sure that you consume this more. Then again, you also have to aim for at least 30 minutes of moderate intensified physical activity daily. Most of you don't really like to exercise, and with people who have such conditions with the obesity condition, they really are always tired and they do not even find physical activities quite necessary. But if you do not exercise, it means that all these hazards that we've spoken to you about, you may be contracting. Okay, again, the 10 tips to take is to stay hydrated by drinking water instead of taking in sugary beverages. Okay, so if you're obese or even not, you don't have to be taking in a lot of sugary beverages. It means that if you consume these things often, your risk or chances of being obese is very high. So you also have to practice mindful eating and portion control. You don't have to be eating anything you find on the street or see on the streets. Some people like to take in everything. They see fruit, they take in it within some few seconds. They're taking in another a lot in a day. You just have to take some portions of the food just to control your system, so you don't also become These small changes can have significant impact on overall health and weight management. So in all, as the world celebrates this day, I hope that you have learned something valuable that you can also apply in daily life. Well, that's all for Health Tips today with me, Eric Chinibwa Melo. Catch you same time for another intriguing topic. ABC in the Morning continues shortly after this break.
This is where the headlines are probed, policies scrutinized through an objective lens with an unbiased approach to every discussion. Key in to a series of pulsating conversations with the hard questions.
Why do you still want to run when you have failed?
I haven't. What do you mean by failed?
In-depth analysis of policy proposals.
If it is a temporary program, why do we want to still create another gold reserve exchange program also to address a temporary issue?
If you introduce a temporary measure and you realize that the temporary measure works and is sustainable, you have to rethink whether or not it should just be temporary.
And every agenda and positions intellectually debated to set the record straight.
Look, you still don't answer the question now. Good. Question is, if Article 78(1) is anything to go by, your ministers of state largely are supposed to come from the parliament.
Yes.
The law says that not less than 10 and not more than 19. So these are your cabinet, your ministers of state you're going to get. How do you intend to resolve? Have you thought about managing that head-up?
Absolutely. If I hadn't, I probably would not get on the fray to do this.
On Focus on ABC, we focus on the matter, the personality, and the answer beyond the rhetoric. Focus on ABC shows every Thursday at 7 p.m. only on ABC News Ghana television. This is where
times are hard in Ghana, extremely hard.
As we gear towards the 2024 general elections, there have been conversations around having a presidential debate. Will it happen or not? This is Ghana Speak.
On Ghana Speaks today, we are giving you the opportunity again to have your say on what's happening in Ghana. In a few days, we'll be going to the polls where you decide who becomes the president of the nation. In a couple of days now, the government has been commissioning certain infrastructure developments as part of their mandate as the government of the day. Ghanaians, a section of Ghanaians have raised concerns about it, whilst others are also very excited about the commissioning done by the government. They have lauded the government that this is a step in the right direction. Before leaving office, the government is doing well to make sure that the things they promised Ghanaians, the works that were underway have been completed and commissioned. Today on Ghana Speaks, we are asking you if the recent commissionings, the recent infrastructure developments you see all around, whether these developments will influence your vote. Call us on 053-916-1609, 053-916-1609. We understand that various factors influence the votes of the Ghanaian when they go to the polls. Recent surveys have shown that the economy is one of the factors, free SHS is a factor, jobs a factor, LGBTQ issues a factor. So for you, will the recent commissionings be a factor that will influence your votes come December 7? We want to hear from you. 053-916-1609, 053-916-1609, and let us hear from you. We want to hear from you. We want to know what is going to influence your vote. Have you already made up your mind? Or you were planning on making your mind, making a decision on who to vote for. Recently, the Flower Pot Interchange has been commissioned. 80 educational infrastructure projects have also been commissioned. What will you be making your decision based on? You can call us 053-916-1609, 053-916-1609. We are looking to hear from you and hear from you this morning on Ghana Speaks, where your voice matters. So you see on your screen some of these infrastructure that have been developed, the flower pots around the Palace Mall. On social media, some Ghanaians about it. Tell us what you think about it. Hello, good morning. Your name and where you're calling from?
Good morning. This is Robson calling from Tamale.
Hello, good morning. Your name and where you're calling from?
Robson calling from Tamale, please.
Okay. Will the recent infrastructure development influence your vote?
Exactly. Why not? If we're not having a road, we're not having a bridge. Now we are having the road, we are having a bridge. They're asking whether it will improve. If it helps me or not, that's the best question. And it's like some media stations are trying to hide the project or what the government is doing. You can see, even when they go to commission it, they only show how the president is or the ceremony. But for them to show the infrastructure for people to see that this is what they have done, they will never show it. And that is very bad. In fact, people need to show the infrastructure more for us to see it. On TV, just see only the portion that they are talking about, the project that very different project that people are supposed to see and appreciate. We don't want to show it. But by the way, I thank people for showing it.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay. The recent
Hello.
infrastructure development in the country, will this influence your vote?
It has two sides. I see it has two sides of the coin because looking at the time that we are about to vote, I don't understand why the president should have waited all this while before coming out to do all this commissioning. So it has two impacts. Yes, it will influence the voting. One side positively, the other will be negative. Those who are going to decide to vote for the government because of this will be that, yes, he promised and he has done it. The other group of people would think that he has waited so long a time, and because he won't vote, that's why he's doing this time around. And such people will not vote for the government. So that's how I see it. But personally, that's how I also see it. They could have done all this. Why should they have waited all this time? You get it. So that's my piece of. My name is Eyinda Donko Emmanuel, calling from Pumazi near University Generation. Greetings to my dear wife Lydia Obaba and Miss and the children. Bye bye.
Nine 9161609 and let us know whether the recent infrastructure development will influence your votes. Hello, good morning. Your name and where you're calling from? Yes, sir. What's your name and where are you calling from?
I'm Johnson, calling from Takoradi.
Johnson, will the recent infrastructure development influence your vote?
Yes, of course. But don't say it is they are recent developments. You can't build a house in 1 month. They have developments which have been ongoing for the past. But why I know why the government is bringing this thing out is that the NDC says the government has borrowed so much, they have not done anything. So they want to show to Ghanaians that these are the things they have used the money for. You see, these are the things they have used the money for. So it is true that hello?
Okay. Johnson has made his point. He says that indeed it will influence his vote. You two call us and have your say on Ghana Speaks. Will the recent infrastructure development influence your votes? So many commissionings have been done to the benefit of Ghanaians as per the mandate of the government. Well, let's influence your votes. Hello, good morning. Your name and where you're calling from, sir?
My name is Osei. I'm calling from Asante at Sumagogo.
Osei, will the recent development influence your vote?
Definitely, because infrastructure development makes life easy. So if the government, which is making my life easy, then what should I do? I should vote for the government to continue to provide things that will make my life easy.
All right. Thank you. He says that infrastructure makes your life easy. So he will vote for the government that is making his life easy. Is that the same for you? Have you already taken a decision? Have you already decided whom you were going to vote for? Or these recent developments in the country is lending credence to a decision you are taking? Let us know. Hello, good morning. Your name and where you're calling from?
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you, sir. How are you?
Yeah, my name is Abubakar. I'm calling from Anyasochu.
Abubakar, the recent infrastructure developments in the nation, will let influence your vote?
Definitely so. Definitely.
How so?
Definitely. Because development, and when you have a country that has development, that is, you have improved in life. So this development that has come, and somebody was saying that they should have brought it earlier. How can you if you are building a house, can you build a house within 2 months? Or if you are constructing a road, can you construct a road within 2 months? At least it definitely takes some time before. people have criticized the government that they have never built even one single hospital in this country. Yes, they have to show it to the people. And you, the media, you are hiding all these things from the people. You are hiding it. Many people are not aware of this.
Are you sure we are hiding it? You are calling us on ABC in the morning today.
When government, even recent commissioning, so many different media that don't show it to people. Okay. So many media don't show it to people.
At least we are showing everything here on ABC News GH. So anytime you want any information as it happens, just tune in. Make sure your TV is always here on ABC News GH and you won't miss out on anything happening in the country. Thank you for calling. You can also call us 0539161609 and share your thoughts. Ghana Speaks. It is where your voice matters. Hello, good morning, and where are you calling from? When you call, kindly turn down the volume of your TV so that you can hear us in real time. When you try to hear us from your TV, you will be delayed and it will interfere in the smooth conversation we want to have with you. Hello, good morning, your name and where you're calling from.
Good morning, madam. I'm called Francis. I'm calling from Pusiga.
Hello, Francis. Will the recent infrastructure development influence your vote?
Please, not Francis. Seydou Salifou. Seydou Salifou.
Seydou Salifou. My apologies. Yeah. Pardon me.
Yeah, okay.
I was asking, will the infrastructure development influence your vote?
Yes, of course.
Okay. How so will it influence your vote?
If the government does not bring infrastructure development, it's not worth voting for. So surely I'm going to vote for the government to continue and also encourage others. I also plead with you to also encourage others to vote for the government to continue its good work. Thank you.
Thank you for calling us, Seydou. You can also share your thoughts here. This is where your voice matters. On Ghana Speaks, it is your voice and your voice only we want to hear. So call us and tell us, flyover, schools and buildings, housing, tell us if it will influence your vote. Hello, good morning, your name and where you're calling from.
My name is Samuel Williams, calling from Ahafo region.
Williams, will the recent infrastructure development influence your vote?
Yes, it will influence me very, very much.
Okay, how so will it?
The government is doing all the things possible to help this country. This government is a government of infrastructure development, so it will influence me very, very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time this morning. This is Ghana Speaks on ABC in the morning. This segment is a segment that it's nobody's voice but Ghana's voice we want to hear. So speak with us. Hello, good morning. Your name and where you're calling from?
I am Emmanuel Hassan. I'm calling from Dudua.
Emmanuel, recent infrastructure development in the country, will this influence your vote?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Can you hear me, please?
I can hear you. Please go on.
Definitely, because we are in for development. So, in the development history, we can see it, feel it with our naked eyes, feel it, and not in a green book. Definitely, it will influence my vote.
So you're excited about what is happening in the nation?
Oh yeah, we are excited about what is happening, but we need more. There are more to do.
All right. Thank you for your call this morning. You to tell us, are you moved by these developments, or you've made your decision? Nothing will change it. Nothing can shake the decision you've taken. Or you didn't know whom you were going to vote for, but now you seem to have gotten clarity because of what's happening. Let us know. Good morning, your name and where you're calling from.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, good morning. Your name and where are you calling from, sir?
I'm Frederick, calling from home on C.
Okay.
Behind Tema.
Frederick, will the recent infrastructure development in the country influence your vote?
Of course, yes, a lot. And I must say this, that Akufo-Addo and his government will forever be remembered in Ghana history. The man has done so well for Ghana. Honestly, I must be frank with you. All the developments you have seen, look at the police, look at the military, you see, it's tackling all the sectors, and the man has done so well. Our roads, railway, everywhere. Look at the schools, look at the kids. Oh, my sister, then everything the man has done so well. If everybody is able to build up on this, that is why we have to vote for power. We have to continue.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling. Let's pick a few more callers. Speak to you, Ghanaians. Let's know what you're thinking, and then we'll be done with Ghana Speaks. This is the segment for you, the segment where it's your voice alone that matters. We have just a few days to the elections. December 7, Ghanaians will be going to the poll. What is influencing your vote? Hello, good morning. Your name and where are you calling from?
Yaya Adi.
Yaya.
Yeah.
Yaya, will the recent infrastructure development influence your votes?
You bring a team too late. You get some.
Hello, Yaya.
Yes.
Yes, you said he brought it too late.
But you did things. Go to other networks. So on other networks. Yes. So you got something nice like this. So you people had for us.
Okay, so will it influence your vote, Yaya?
Once I'm talking, you have to hear the thing from my speech.
Yaya, I cannot tell what is in your voice if you don't tell me exactly what you want to tell me.
Wow. Yaya. You don't see the overjoyed can't give you anything. The overjoyed.
Okay, Yaya, you are overjoyed. All right.
You can see things that you have for us. Why?
Okay, Yaya. Thank you.
Oh, people have wasted our time.
Who has wasted? Oh. Yaya, who has wasted your time?
Yes, get this thing for about a month. Don't bring it to the telly for us to tell people.
Okay, so you believe that government should have done this earlier so that Ghanaians will see the work they are doing?
Yes, about a month before the election. Every television, go on every television, post these things for them to see.
All right. Okay. Yeah, thank you for calling. This will obviously. Hello. Good morning. Your name and where you're calling from.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yes, please turn down the volume of your TV.
Yeah, I've turned it down.
Okay. What's your name and where are you calling from?
I'm Kim calling from Swami Makru.
Okay, Kim, will the recent infrastructure development influence your vote?
It will influence my vote. In fact, I'm really impressed with what I've been seeing on the television. I'm really impressed. And you guys should show more till the election day. It will influence votes, a lot of votes. Because even I don't know they've done such things. So they have to showcase it for everybody to see it, especially your communicators. When they go to the radio station, they should let us know what you guys have done. Rather than countering with the other parties, it does not help. It's a very good thing that they've done. And I pray that Bawumia, His Excellency, will win and continue the good work. We really need this. It's a nice infrastructure.
All right.
God bless them for doing it. Thank you, dear.
Thank you for speaking with us, Kim. And thank you all for calling today on Ghana Speaks. We asked you if the recent infrastructure will influence your votes. We'll be putting this up on our socials, especially on the X platform. You can go there and then vote on the poll. Let us gather what Ghanaians think, what you think about the development and whether they will influence your votes. That's why I tell you to connect with us via our socials. All our socials at ABC News GH_. On Instagram, we post a lot there. On our TikTok page, we do same there. And on our YouTube and on our X and Facebook pages. So we want to interact with you there. We'll ask you more questions about this. Let us know what you think. Ghana Speaks. It doesn't just end here on ABC in the morning. We extend it to our socials because we want to hear from you. Since your voice that matters, you understand that we are going into the elections. December 7, you will make a decision. You will make a choice to determine who leads Ghana for the next 4 years. So speak with us. We want to hear from you. Let's take a short break. We will be back. Stay with us.
mid-year budget review with some key allocations.
We are currently here at Kanisu.
When the news breaks, we are there. In the heart of matters arising, we follow. On YouTube, ABC News GH is the channel. So if you are leaving home, know that you can still watch us and enjoy the conversations we have today. We're heading straight into our main discussion for this morning. What is the topic that has made the headlines? Yesterday, you had so much on the headlines about a Shraj report. Today, we will peruse it. We want to have conversations so that we better understand. For those of us who do not understand what is happening, we can understand it. The Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, Shraj, has recommended a forensic audit and potential prosecution of the trustees of the National Cathedral project. It comes after an investigation into allegations of corruption and abuse of power regarding the controversial project, and findings were detailed in a report that was dated November 22, 2024, following complaints by North Tongue MP Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa. The report highlights several breaches of Ghana's procurement laws, particularly in the award of the construction contract to a company called Rebade Company Limited. The Shraj Commission for Human Rights and Administrative Justice concluded that the contract was void ab initio for being entered into contrary to the mandatory provisions of our Procurement Act, Act 666, as amended by Act 914. The report was signed by Commissioner of Shraj, Joseph Whittal, and he called on the Public Procurement Authority, the PPA, to intervene and cancel the contract that we have with Rebade Company Limited. Additionally, Shraj urged the Auditor General to conduct a forensic audit of the project, citing concerns about a very huge sum of money spent as of May 31, 2024, some 225,962,500 Ghana cedis, which was described as seed money. The Commission further recommended that the National Cathedral Board of Trustees be subjected to investigation and possible prosecution for their role in awarding the contract in violation of procurement laws. Shraj also exonerated Reverend Victor Kusi Boateng over allegations that he holds 2 passports with 2 different names or identities. Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, member of Parliament for North Tongue in the Volta region, in January 2023, had petitioned the Commission, Shraj, to investigate the Secretary, Reverend Kusi Boateng, over conflicts of interest, including possession of multiple identities and other alleged criminal dealings. However, A report by Siraj has indicated that he holds only one passport with the name Kwabena Edu Jemfi and has never been issued a passport with the name Kusi Bekum as claimed. So Siraj put out a report. We've broken it down into some graphics for you so that we can peruse this report. So let's take this report and peruse it per Siraj. This is the complaint of the issue, the person who raised this issue, Honorable Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa. He called for an investigation into the National Cathedral project. Respondents in the National Cathedral project investigation include Minister of Finance, the Controller and Accountant General's Department, the National Cathedral Board, Reverend Victor Kusibeko, known as Kwabena Edu Jemfi, JNS Talent Center Limited, Johannes Eshen, Sheila Eshen. These are the respondents in the National Cathedral investigation as complained by Honorable Okudzeto-Ablakwa. These are the key findings by Siraj on the National Cathedral complaint that was put forward by Honorable Okudzeto-Ablakwa. 1. The contract awarded to Rebate Limited by the Board of Trustees is illegal and void, and it violates Ghana's procurement laws. 2. The Board of Trustees did not seek concurrent approval from the Central Tender Review Committee. It also says that the procurement breaches raise reasonable suspicion of corruption and corruption-related offences. The Board of the Public Procurement Authority, PPA, should intervene to cancel the contract for the construction that we have with Rebate. They are building this cathedral on behalf of the nation. So we should cancel the contract that we have with Rebate, and as it has no power, as it had the power to do so under the Procurement Act. So PPA should use its powers under the Procurement Act to cancel the contract that the National Cathedral, the board has with the Rebate Company Limited. It also goes on to say more and more. This contract, they say, is illegal. The contract that we have with Rebate is illegal. And the commission also, that Siraj, recommends for further investigation and possible prosecution of the Board of Trustees of the National Cathedral, who superintended over the award of the contract to Rebate Company in disregard of Act 666 as amended. So Siraj says that since the board, in awarding the contract, contravened since it's contravened the act, what the law prescribes, the board must be prosecuted. The board must be prosecuted. These are reliefs sought by the complainant, that is Honorable Okudzeto-Ablakwa. 1. Investigate the appointment of contractors for the National Cathedral project with petitioner believes were done, which he believes were done without adherence to the public procurement procedures and laws. He believes that the contracts awarded were done without adherence to the PPA, the PPP laws, and so these contracts must be investigated. He also says that investigates payment of the sum of 2,600,000 Ghana cedis and any other payments made at or to JNS Talent Center Limited from state resources. Investigates the conflict of interest complaints against Reverend Victor Kusi Boateng, who is the fourth respondent in his dual capacity under separate identities as director of both the National Cathedral and JNS Talent Center Limited and related matters. Take the appropriate action or steps for the remedying, restraining, correcting, and reversal of offending conduct
or actions. These are some of the reliefs sought by the complainants. SHRAJ has also recommended investigations of the Board of Trustees. These are the Board of Trustees on the National Cathedral Board. Apostle Professor Opoku-Nyina, who is former chairman of the Church of Pentecost. He is the chairperson for the board, the former chairman of the Church of Pentecost, who is the chairperson for the board. Archbishop Charles Palmer Bako, who is the Metropolitan, who is the Archbishop for Cape Coast and vice chairman for the board. Most Reverend Bishop Justice Ofe Akrofi of the Anglican. He is an Anglican bishop and he is an emeritus. He is a member of the board. Right Reverend Professor Emmanuel Mate, former moderator of the Presbyterian Church of Ghana. He is a member of the board. Most Reverend T.K. Awotrim Pratt, presiding bishop of the Methodist Church and a member of the board. Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams, presiding Archbishop and General Overseer of the Action Chapel International. And SHRAJ recommends investigations into the Board of Trustees. Reverend Dr. Joyce Ayi, who is the Executive Director of Salt and Light Ministries, a member of the board. Bishop Dag Heward Mills, presiding bishop for the Light Group of Churches, the Lighthouse Group of Churches. Reverend Eastwood Anaba, founder and president of Eastwood Anaba Ministries. Reverend Victor Kusi Boateng, the founder of Power Chapel Worldwide. And Reverend Dr. Frimpong Manson, General Superintendent of the Assemblies of God. These are the persons who are on the Board of Trustees. They are the board members of the Board of Trustees, and the SHRAJ recommends investigation into the board. SHRAJ has also referred parts of Okudjeto's complaint to the Attorney General. In this, SHRAJ says that the other allegations contained in the complainant's letter dated March 9, 2023, which revolves around the fourth respondent allegedly making false statements or declarations in order to obtain two identification numbers in both 2013 and 2016 are matters falling outside the mandate of SHRAJ. And because of that, SHRAJ is unable to delve into it and have also referred it to the Office of the Attorney General for the Attorney General to look into the matter. SHRAJ also spoke on or made comments on the allegations of Reverend Kusi Boateng having two passports that bear different names. It says, to buttress his points, the complainant attached copies of the fourth respondent's passports bearing the name Kwabena Edu Gyamfi, but failed to attach the one bearing the name Victor Kusi Boateng. When requested by the commission to produce the passports bearing the Victor Kusi Boateng name, the respondents by letter dated 9th March 2023 doubled down on his earlier assertion. The complainant doubled down on his earlier assertion. This is what SHRAJ has also said on this. Let's look at the amount spent on the National Cathedral project so far. Some amount of money has been spent on the National Cathedral project so far. Let's take a look at how much has been spent. The total amount of money spent so far, $58 million, and the breakdown is as follows. On 7th June 2019, payment of $89,000 was made in advance for mobilization for consultants working on the design for the National Cathedral. On 10th February 2021, 2 years later, some $5 million was made in payment of consultancy services of the design on the National Cathedral project. And then in March, 5th March 2021, $13 million was made. Some $13 million were made, pence of consultancy services in respect of the design of the National Cathedral. And on 19th August 2021, some $10 sent 10 million US dollars, government of Ghana's contribution to the National Cathedral Secretariat to enable the commencement of planned activities. And then on 29th October 2021, $25 million additional government of Ghana contribution to the National Cathedral Secretariat to enable again commencement of the planned activities. And then finally on 31st March 2022, some $3 million contribution to the National Cathedral by the government of Ghana, contribution to the Secretariat for the construction of the cathedral. A few months ago, my colleague Samuel Nyimagbo visited the site of the National Cathedral, where at the moment the cathedral, which many thought would have been erected by now, has not been so far. You see on your screen, this was when my colleague Samuel Nyimagbo visited the site of the National Cathedral. On social media, there were a lot of conversations about digging a hole, a 58 million hole, and digging a swimming pool worth 58 million. So many conversations about the National Cathedral, right from the inception of the National Cathedral project. Some raised concerns. They were not happy about this project. Others said that it is necessary that we build this cathedral, as it will bring a lot of revenue to the nation. So Ghanaians were divided along different angles. Those who were for the cathedral and those who were not for the cathedral. So far, this is how far we have come. Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa, MP for North Tongue, who has raised so many concerns about the cathedral from its inception. Concerns. Finally, SHRAJ took it up, and SHRAJ has brought a report on its findings and recommendations. Let's have a conversation with Dr. Palgrave Boakye Dankwa. He's government spokesperson on governance and security. Good morning, Dr. Boakye Dankwa. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Abena, and a very good morning to you and to your listeners and viewers.
Good morning. SHRAJ has issued a report on this whole issue about the National Cathedral. Let's take your initial reactions in about 30 seconds. What do you make of all of this report?
So we are glad that as a state institution, SHRAJ is doing what it's mandated to do in terms of investigation and ensuring that human rights and conflict of interest and all of that are good. And so we are happy with the feedback that SHRAJ has brought. SHRAJ has asked for a forensic into the National Cathedral in terms of the amount of money that has been expended so far, over 200 million Ghana cedis, and SHRAJ has also asked that if they breach PPA law and they breach other laws, the trustees should be prosecuted. And so the matter has been referred, I'm very certain, to the Auditor General, who is doing a lot more audits into the National Cathedral accounts. I'm aware that the 2020 accounts are out. I'm aware that they are working on the 2021 accounts as well. And so for us, we have confidence in state institutions. We believe in the integrity of state institutions, and we'll be following keenly on the works of National Cathedral and ensuring that there is value for money. Because one of the things that SHRAJ raises is that they want to be sure that there is value for money, that there is no misappropriation of funds. That's it.
Okay. You will ensure that there's value for money. In the wake of some of all of these recommendations by SHRAJ, what is government going to do?
Well, I mean, government is for the people and by the people. Definitely, as a government, we began an initiative, we began a project, which is the National Cathedral. There are some projects that government has begun, like the Agenda 111. A sizable part of them are about 80% completion. We are aware that President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo brings his tenure to an end on the 8th of January 2025. And so whatever projects that have not been completed at the time, we are very much aware that the incoming government, which is our Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, will be able to continue those projects. And so we just want to be sure that the right things are done in terms of assistance and corrections.
Some section of the public believe that government has wasted money in this project. This is a project that shouldn't have been commenced from the get-go. Government had no business building a cathedral in the nation when money should have been expended elsewhere. In the wake of all of these conversations about breaching certain PPP laws and or what does government make of some of the initial reactions of the Ghanaians when this project started?
Well, when people say that government has no business in building a national cathedral, then the question is what business has government got to do? Because government has business to do everything. If you look at the 7 pillars of society, religion is part of society. The 7 pillars of society. Education is part of the 7 pillars of society. Health and infrastructure is part of the 7 pillars of society. Commerce and business is part of the 7 pillars of society. Media is part of the 7 pillars of society. Family is part of the 7 pillars of the society. Art and entertainment is part of the 7 pillars of society. ICT is part of the 7 pillars of society. And so government, as a holistic government, will want to ensure that they are reaching to the goals of all the 7 pillars of the society. So for me, it's neither here nor there when one says that government has no business in building a national cathedral. It's all very, very important, really, to ensure that government does a complete 360 of the value of a human being. And so for me, I commend President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo in his decision to build a national cathedral because we all believe in a supreme being. You can believe in God, you can believe in Allah, you can believe in Buddha, you can believe in Confucius, you can believe in a smaller God, whatever it is, you believe in the existence of a supreme being. And so the President says that we need to be able to have a place where all of us can be able to gather together in our acknowledgement of who God is, in our reverence of who God is, and in our reverence of what God has been doing for us as a country. If you go to Nigeria, Nigeria has a national cathedral. It may not be in the magnitude to which we have, but it's important that every single country, President Trump, who just won the United States of America election, said that the American country belongs to God and that they would worship God and they would try to make sure that they bring the Bible back to the various classrooms and to the various institutions. So clearly, I think that a firm belief, really, a firm belief in our supremacy of God, a firm belief of our worship with God, a firm belief of our association with God is critically important.
Many years on, this is the level the National Cathedral project has gotten to. It's, so to speak, has stalled. Many would have expected that by now we would have seen some substantive level to this project. It has stalled. If in the presidency of the president whom this project was on his heart, we have not been able to fully build or even get to a substantive level, are we sure that outside of his governance or his presidency, this project will come to fruition and it will not be a waste of taxpayers' money?
Well, the good news is that in the next few days, 10 to 11 days, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, is going to be overwhelmingly voted by the Ghanaian people democratically as the next President of the Republic of Ghana. And I can tell you the truth as well that there are many projects in this country that are on the heart of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. One of them is the Free Senior High School, which he's accomplished to the much admiration of many people. One of that as well is Agenda 111. One of that is the digitalization of the entire Ghanaian economy. And so there are a number of things that are on the heart of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Of the truth, very clearly, we would have desired that the President would have commissioned the National Cathedral before the transitions smoothly in terms of governance authority to Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. But as it be that it may, we have very clear indications that Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is very committed to the continuity of projects that have not been completed by President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, which is why we are looking at the fact that the amount of money that has been expended, over 200 million Ghana cedis, we should be able to have value for money, which is why STRAG is asking for a forensic. And I'm aware that the National Cathedral Secretariat is going to be responding to STRAG officially by close of day.
Okay. Is government assuring us that these recommendations will be fully implemented?
Absolutely. It's the desire of government, really, to ensure that these recommendations are implemented to the fullest level.
I ask
so very, very clearly, because we are not interfering whatsoever with any of the state institutions and what the state is doing. We are ensuring that whatever is being done from state institution A to state institution B is what must be done, because we want the right things to be done, and we want to see to it that people are accountable for whatever responsibilities that they are given.
I ask this because when you look at incidents in the past, again, Ghanaians have raised concerns about governments being selective on recommendations to implement. Some white papers that have come up in the past, and governments implementing certain things and not implementing the others. Ghanaians have raised concerns about how government looks at certain issues. That's why we are asking if the full report by Shraj and their implementations, their recommendations will be implemented to the satisfaction of Ghanaians.
Well, that's what I said. I mean, government will look at the report that Shraj has brought, and government would do its best to ensure that some of the recommendations that are made by Shraj would be put to good use, because it's in the interest of the Ghanaian people. Shraj is asking for a forensic into the accounts of the National Cathedral. I am aware that the accounts of National Cathedral audited from 2020, they are doing the 2021 audited account as we speak now. And so while there's a need for forensic, for clear accountability and clear transparency to happen, I'm sure that those issues will come to bear, and our government will not stand against any investigations whatsoever.
As a government spokesperson on governance, in all of these things and how it impacts on the governance of the nation, would you say that conversations around the National Cathedral has thrown a certain blight on this government?
Not at all, because in other jurisdictions you will not even have the freedom of speech to express your view in relation to projects that government is doing. And we have seen that in this country there's freedom of speech, freedom of association, and we have seen that, I mean, these issues can be spoken about very clearly. And so we know very well that there is no way under any circumstance that this has an insinuation on the governance structure. This clearly even tells us very well that our government is transparent. This tells us that our government is open to criticism. This tells us that our government is open to the integrity of other state institutions like Shraj. We didn't impede in Shraj investigations at all when the Honorable Okudzato Ablakwa sent his petition to Shraj. We have allowed Shraj to do their work. In the same way, we would allow other state institutions to do their work, because we believe in the full fabric of the governance structure of the country. And, we are very well aware that whatever that there is, it will come to bear for all of us to know.
Okay. Well, we're looking forward to seeing what happens, what transpires after this report by Shraj, because Ghanaians want to understand what is happening. We want to make sure that the site for the National Cathedral isn't left as it is, and that we would see something meaningful happening there. But in all of this, we are all here to see what happens. But Dr. Palgrave says that he knows that the construction will continue, because in a few days' time, Ghanaians are going to vote overwhelmingly for the NPP and Dr. Bawumia to continue the work Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo is doing. Dr. Boakye Dankwa, we are joined by Richard Anamu. He is a spokesperson on infrastructure for the NDC. Let's also have conversations with him. Good morning, Richard. Thank you for joining us. Hello, good morning. Hello? Hello? We're looking to establishing contact with Richard so that we can also have conversations with him about Shraj's report. But we are still having the conversation with Dr. Palgrave Boakye Dankwa, who is government spokesperson on governance and security, about this report from Shraj. The report says that the Board of Trustees must be prosecuted. Their actions must be looked at and they must be prosecuted because they have contravened some laws, especially about procurement, into this issue. And the report is also saying that we must cancel the contract we have with Rebate Company Limited the contract that the board went into with Rebate Company Limited. It has also called for the Auditor General to audit the books of the National Cathedral so that they make sure that things are aligning. The report is quite a lengthy one. We broke it down for you so that we can all understand what is happening. Dr. Boakye Dankwa, who speaks for government, says that government will ensure that there is value for money. The monies that have been invested into this project, this National Cathedral project, government will ensure that Ghanaians find full expression of their money so that it is not a waste of money. And he says the government is also committed to ensuring that there is full implementation of what has been recommended by SHRAJ. He says that government obviously respects what the state institution does, and so will do well to fully implement the recommendations. Richard Anamo is the spokesperson on infrastructure for the NDC. Let's have conversations with him. Hello, Richard. Hello, Richard. We're still trying to establish contact with Richard. Dr. Boakye Dankwa, thank you for your time. Hello, Dr. Boakye Dankwa. We seem to have lost Dr. Boakye Dankwa. To do what to establish contact with him so that we can have more. Okay, well, all right. Dr. Boakye Dankwa, what would government have done differently? Would you have done anything different with the National Cathedral if things were reversed with what the report is showing? There has been a lack of transparency and failure on the part of public procurement and all. If the tables were turned, would you have done anything different?
Well, so one of the things that you should realize is that when you read the SHRAJ report, they made an allegation based on their investigations that PPA laws were breached. And so until we are able to verify that PPA laws were breached, we cannot take the investigations that have been done and the reports that have come as the gospel. And so we need to get to the other side of the National Cathedral Committee and the Secretariat. And so I think that is very, very key. And so what we would have done is what we are doing to ensure that the investigations are done. What we would have done is what we are doing to ensure that the right thing is done. What we would have done is what we are doing to ensure that there is a board of trustees. What we would have done is what we are doing to ensure that there is fundraising that the National Cathedral does. So what we would have done is what we're doing. And so we will need to just wait for the National Cathedral to be able to bring their responses through. And I'm sure that once we get those responses through, we'll be able to understand a few things clearly.
Okay. Well, because we know that Ghanaians would also want to understand things clearly. The National Cathedral has been one project that raised a lot of questions. Would you say that right from the onset, the kind of opposition to the cathedral from some Ghanaians and also the love or the affinity from the cathedral from some section of Ghanaians created a very stark contrast between two sides, where some very much advocated and loved the idea of the National Cathedral. Some really also stood vehemently against it for a project that government said would bring money into the nation. Government projected that it would bring a lot of tourism into the nation. Why do you think that some Ghanaians were strongly opposing this cathedral? Normally, when conversations about tourism come up, we are more susceptible to them because we understand how much tourism gives to us as a nation and how much Ghanaians also love the sites that they want to visit. What would you say was a key issue that made quite a lot of people oppose this cathedral with so much passion?
So I think that the whole conversation and opinion in the National Cathedral was fully accepted and welcomed by the Ghanaian people overwhelmingly. One of the things that I think the Ghanaian people raised concerns with was the magnitude to which the we had desired to build a national cathedral. Remember that the president had traveled to a number of countries and had seen basilicas and had seen cathedrals, and had himself stated that often it would take multiple years, almost decades, for a country to be able to build a national cathedral. And so one of the things that I'm aware of is that the Ghanaian people were concerned about the magnitude with which we were desiring to build a national cathedral, which is why I'm very convinced that the government of Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, there's going to be a remodeling, a real look at the design, a real look at a few mechanisms that would be able to give us something that in a very short time can be completed and opened up and will serve the same purpose that we wanted to serve. And so I think that is the magnitude with which we had wanted to build a national cathedral, the extent to which we had wanted to even put in an African museum that would be able to drive in tourism and all of that. But I mean, I think that overwhelmingly the Ghanaian people accepted the idea of a national cathedral. They didn't rule that out at all. It was something that they welcomed, and it was something that they were willing that would be good for the country.
Dr. Boakye-Norkwa, I would recall that some of the concerns that were raised when this conversation about a national cathedral started was that we should allow private individuals or private groups or organizations to spearhead this. We should allow them to build it so that government is not attached to it. Do you think that if we had done that, left it into the hands of private individuals, a group of people or maybe a group of churches came together and decided to build a cathedral, it would have been better than the nation being in it? Because the nation is part of it, conversations about public procurement and all coming up, and now there are concerns. Don't you think that if private individuals, groups had taken this project on their own, sourced their own money, sourced the land, and then built the cathedral as private entities, it would have been better for the nation?
Well, so you are aware that government had a role to play. Government said that they were going to provide the land, they were going to provide the seed money, and that they were going to create the environment for the churches to be able to build. So if you look at the composition of the National Cathedral trustees, you realize that you have almost every aspect of the local church being represented. You have the Catholics, you have the Anglicans, you have the Methodists, you have the Presbyterians, you have the Assemblies of God, you have the Charismatics, you have AME Zion, you have the various sectors of the Christian clergy as a part of that, and well-experienced ministers of God who themselves have been involved in their own infrastructural work and infrastructure building across the world and even in Ghana. And so government had only one goal: to provide a seed capital, to provide a space for that to be done, and then to create an enabling environment for the churches to be able to do that. And under those circumstances, has government been overwhelmingly involved in terms of taking full responsibility of the construction of the National Cathedral. It's always been at the behest of the trustees, it's always been at the behest of the secretariat, and it's always been that government has to provide a seed capital and government has to provide a space.
At this point, don't you, when we look at the whole conversation, don't you think we are getting to a point where now Ghanaians will be disenchanted with this project and won't be looking for?
Well, I don't think so. I mean, it depends on the manner of conversations that we have around it. Because the more conversations we have around it, the more clarity that we bring to the Ghanaian people, the more the Ghanaian people understand what we are desiring to do. So I do not think that Ghanaians will be disenfranchised. I think they're really the thing that will make Ghanaians disenchanted about it is when we conceal information. But the more transparent we are, the more open we are, I'm very certain that the Ghanaian people will welcome all the conversations that we have.
Since you speak for government and you are looking forward to retaining power, you want to break the 8, and you are very confident also that Dr. Bawumia will continue from where President Akufo-Addo will be ending at. So many things are coming up in the lead up to the elections, conversations here and there. This report at this time, what does it bode for the NPP? I know you will tell me that you speak for government, but in any case, you mentioned that Dr. Bawumia will be taking over from President Akufo-Addo. So please, let me tie you into this conversation. What does this bode for the NPP? Because a few days to the elections?
So the overwhelming Ghanaian people who are artisans, who are farmers, who are drivers, who are market women, who are businessmen, who are clergymen, who are imams, who are carpenters and the like, the overwhelming students and nurses and doctors, I don't think that they are going to be making a decision on the voting decision on the cathedral. They are looking at a number of things. They are looking at the well-being of the Ghanaian economy. They are looking at the infrastructure work that President Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo has done. They are looking at policies that have been implemented well by the government, from one district, one factory, free SHS, at the 111, plan to fulfill the jobs, all of the drones that have been brought in by Zipline, NHIS, childhood cancer, kidney, and all of those that are on the NHIS project. I mean, those are the issues that the Ghanaian people will be looking at. I mean, I think that National Cathedral comes to the tail end of the decisions that the Ghanaian people will be making. They will not be looking at that at all. I mean, later on, there are many people that are making decisions as it relates to the future of the country, and I don't think that the National Cathedral would become one of the decisions that people will be looking at to make a decision on who to vote for.
By Professor Agyeman-Duah, who is a governance expert. Let's have more conversations with him. Prof, good morning. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Hello, Prof.
Yes, hello.
Okay, Prof, please unmute your microphone so we can hear you.
Yeah, it's not muted. Yes, you hear me? Hello?
Hello, Prof.
Yes, I'm here. I hear you.
Prof, what are your initial thoughts on this Shraj report on the National Cathedral?
Well, I'm not surprised. I think this issue has been burning for the past many years since the whole project started. So the report certainly reflects the general feelings among Ghanaians, especially the one who championed this whole revolt against the government's project. That's Mr. Ablako Kujeto, the Honorable Member of Parliament. So the report simply indicates some malfeasance in terms of how the whole thing was cooked up and the whole thing project was managed. So in that respect, I'm not surprised. Yes, hello?
Yes, Prof. Please go on as you were.
Yeah, so I just said that I'm not surprised at the report. It is making some recommendations, and I'm hoping that the appropriate agencies will pick it up and do the necessary investigations. And in fact, some people are found to be guilty of any kinds of criminal acts in the process. They should face the law. That should be the normal thing that we have to do as a country where we claim to have the rule of law. So I'm waiting for the next level where the investigations should be completed and people are investigated, and if they are found, they have to stand before the court of law. So should that be.
Prof, Dr. Boakye Dankwa, who is government spokesperson on governance, says that in this report, following the report, government will ensure that there's value for money. He's also said that they're also waiting for the National Cathedral Secretariat to also issue their statement on this. Whilst we wait on all of these, do you believe that this project has been a needless one and a fruitless venture?
Well, in retrospect, it's easy to say that. In retrospect, for all what has happened, certainly it could have been thought through better, it could have been planned better, it could have been executed better, because hindsight is always 20/20. But I think if the government decides to go further, as my good friend Dr. Boakye Dankwa said, if they want to do that, I'm not sure about that because the government is changing, and the next government, if it's Bawumia's government, I don't know if they will proceed on the same lines as this government in the cathedral. And certainly, if it's an NDC government, I'm certain that they will not even touch it. Maybe they'll find another way of turning the project into something else. So we are yet to see. So far as we see it, at least the way I see the project's end this year is ended. Any government that comes to power may want to convert it into something that will be beneficial for the country. So I don't see where any government will take this project.
Prof, from a governance point of view, some have, I want to ask if you would corroborate or disagree with what some people have mentioned, that Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa has needlessly gone after the secretariat or the secretariat or the board of the National Cathedral. Do you agree with them, or he was just doing what he had to do as a representative of the people?
Well, you know, we don't tend to take boards seriously when it comes to these matters, but boards are constituted to provide an overall supervision and direction to a particular project or institution where the board is located. So in this case, the board certainly is directly responsible. So I don't think Okudzeto Ablakwa went after them unnecessarily, because the board met many times. They decided on certain major steps for the project. I'm sure they were approving the budgets. I'm sure they were approving everything about it. So certainly there's a board accountability in these matters. But as I said, over the years, we haven't seen any board being taken to task for not doing the job that boards are supposed to do. So for me, Ablakwa didn't err in that. And I think the board has a responsibility to respond to all the issues that have been raised. Occasionally, I know they do that. There may be their responses as they're reporting the case. The Shroud reporting the case may not have been the best. But I think overall, I like the way my good friend Boachi Dankwa discussed this matter, that there's a review. I'm sure in many ways there's an admission of not doing the right thing, admission of not guilt, but admission of perhaps they could have done it better. Some time ago, I indicated that since Ghana doesn't have any proper conference facility in this country, and I personally know certain major international conferences that would have come to Ghana, but because of the lack of facilities, they didn't come. So for many years, in my mind, if the president had conceived this as a major international conference facility with a space for prayers or whatever, that would have, I'm sure there would have been this backlash, because the country needs a facility. And if I have my way, I would say this cathedral should be converted into a major conference facility. The Accra conference facility was built in the 1990s. It's run down. It's not even capable of hosting anything of significance. That's why they put that tent behind it to accommodate other kinds of projects. A whole country like Ghana, almost 70 years old, we don't even have a facility where 1,000 people can meet. You know, it's a shame in my view. So I think what is important for the country, especially if we want to promote what we call conference tourism, this would be, I don't know if the location will be convenient, but for me, that is something that any future government can seriously consider and get the consensus of all the party stakeholders so that we can put up a beautiful conference facility to attract conferences. A country makes a lot of money from conferences. If you know how much New York City grants for the United Nations for having its headquarters there, if you go to even Tanzania, where I was, this facility that attracts big conferences. So it won't be a waste of funds if we divert it to a major conference, international conference facility.
All right. Let's have more conversations away from the National Cathedral. Dr. Boachi Dankwa, are you there? Okay. We are heading into the elections. A few days into the elections, we want to guard ourselves against deliberate misinformation as we head into the elections. So many things coming up from various quarters. Recently, someone was arrested because of some misinformation. As we get into the elections, Dr. Boachi Dankwa, you again are with government. How has government positioned itself to rid our space of some deliberate misinformation? Obviously, NCC does some work with sensitizing the nation and all, but we know what the few days to the elections poses when everybody employs various tactics just to draw in the votes that they need. What can we do to sanitize our system? Or what are we doing to sanitize the system?
So you are aware that there is the National Election Security Task Force that is headed by the Inspector General of Police, Dr. George Pifutambari, together with the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ghana Immigration, the Ghana National Fire Service, the Ghana Prison Service, the Ghana Customs and Preventive Services. And so in terms of security, we are very much aware. The IGP has stated very clearly that he's the commander for this election hearing, and has stated that anyone who misinforms, disinforms, malinforms the general public would be asked to come to the National Election Security Task Force to assist with investigation on the misinformation or disinformation that they are bringing out. And so very clearly, government is not going to tolerate for disinformation as it relates to this December elections. And so in recent times, you've seen that there are persons that were misinforming the general public as it relates to the number of days that we're going to vote. They were invited for questioning and what warranted them with that decision. And so government has its eyes very strongly on the electioneering processes and on anyone who seeks to mis or disinform the general public.
Prof, in where we have gotten to as a nation, our democracy, the age we are, you said that we are almost 70 years. Should we be relying, should political parties be relying on misinformation, these skewing of information just to draw a certain populace? Shouldn't we be past that by now?
Then, of course, we have to find a way to deal with it. Recently, when we heard of a radio presenter who deliberately informed the people with false information about the days for elections, and that for me was a perfect example of unscrupulous media people. You know, those who handle the media, including your own station, must be aware that the role you are playing in a democracy is a critical role. That's why we refer to the media as a fourth estate. So if you're going to fill it with falsities and mendacities and that kind of stuff to confuse people, to mislead people, it becomes it's just like saying that the executive branch or the judiciary or people are now lambasting the judiciary for certain things they do, the same with the parliament. The media also can be culpable when they decide to move away from the positive role they need to play in our democracy by just presenting falsehoods, just as a way of diverting people's attention to do the wrong thing. So I think it's very, very important that in this age, especially with the AI, people can concoct all kinds of things and put people's picture at the wrong place, deliberately alter the picture, alter the speech. We've got to be very, very careful. Otherwise, we're going to tread a path that will not be very good for us.
Prof, how dangerous is it that political parties are using the media and media personnel for this kind of unscrupulous jobs?
This is not new, by the way. I mean, I don't know if you were around when there were certain radio stations in this country that were always broadcasting falsehoods in the 1990s to the 2000s. I don't need to mention their names.
I think we are mixing your voices at the moment. So let me give both of you the opportunity. Yes, I can hear you, Prof. Let me let Dr. Boachidankwa coming in, then you give us back your thoughts.
All right.
Dr. Boachidankwa, as you were.
Okay, so let me greet Prof. Prof is a senior mentor, and so let me greet Prof. I didn't hear any of his conversations at all on the line, but I know Prof's conversations around governance issues, and so let me send my warm greetings to him, and also to state that yes, I mean, of the truth, it is dangerous for political parties to rely on uninformed, unresearched, unethical media people to do their bidding for them, and I think that that should be greatly discouraged, especially within the times that we find ourselves.
Well, I'll come back to you on discouraging them and how now it seems the complicity of the media in certain conversations like this, and also the complicity of the political parties. It seems the political parties have found a loophole, and they are taking advantage of it to the most of their abilities. Prof, how dangerous is it for our democracy that media houses, media personnel are used as conduits or tools for spreading misinformation? You said that it is not new, but how dangerous is it that it is perpetuating?
Because if you have observed our politics since early 1990s, you know that all the time there are certain media houses that are either owned or controlled by certain political parties, and they use these media houses to propagate all kinds of falsehoods. So it's not new. I'm aware in the 1990s and early 2000s, certain radio stations that were simply propagating that. But I'm saying that now it can be worse because of the emergence of AI and all kinds of communication devices that can even make it very easy for people to portray issues and personalities in different lights. So I think we have to strengthen our cyber security, and also the media personnel must be brought up to date on these new devices, and for them to learn how important it is for the media to play their role. As I indicated earlier, the media is respected as the fourth estate in governance. So if the media misbehaves, then they are really upsetting the country. So, and their role is so critical. If you know the incidents in Rwanda, it was a radio station, Radio Mail Colline, that really propagated the genocide that came to pass in that country. So media is very powerful. And unfortunately, because we don't have many people highly educated or sophisticated in their knowledge, they can easily be misled by the media. They tend to believe anything that anybody sitting on the media platform says. And it happens all the time. So if you take your platform and propagate falsehoods, make false allegations and all, as people are doing in Ghana these days, they are causing great damage to our country. So it's very important for the media itself. There are certain recent incidents that even surprises me that the Media Commission has not picked it up and made some strong statements or even sanctioned certain platforms. I mean, you can't use the media for a personal vendetta and insult people and all these kind of things. It's very strange. So people are taking media freedom or freedom of speech to be anything. But everywhere in the world, there's a limit to the extent to which you do these things. You cannot do this in the United States and go because it's a democracy. I mean, people are misreading and misinterpreting the liberties that democracy gives us. And for me, that's where the danger is. A lot of people are using the media without any sophistication in their knowledge, or maybe even lack of knowledge. You pick one thing and spin it and bring people down by that. That's dangerous. So I think I take this new development in our democracy very seriously, because if we are not careful, it can undo the good thing that we are all seeking to do.
Dr. Boakye Danquah, many of the attempts we've seen so far have seemingly been in the benefit of the ruling government or the ruling party. Isn't government concerned that there are people who are emboldened to perpetuate misinformation in the name of government?
So I missed your first line of the question. Many of the
misinformation put out there, to some extent, have sought to rather to go in favor of the ruling government. You don't see it for the NDC, but rather for the NPP in most of the cases that we have seen on our screens.
Can you give me an example of a misinformation or disinformation that goes in the interest of government?
Stations that are pro-government. When stations that are pro-government are putting things out, it seeks to give credence that they are doing it in the favor of the government.
Can you give me an example of a station that is pro-government that has made a statement that is in contribution to what government is doing?
The recent Oheneba, who was invited by the police, works for Wontumi, and many say that Wontumi is a station that is pro-NPP. The government is a government coming from the NPP. My question is that, maybe Doc, let me land so that you get my question.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I understand your question now. And so because of neighbor of Wontumi has made a statement, it makes Wontumi pro-government. Is that your assertion and your conclusion?
If Wontumi is pro-NPP, Doc.
And so the fact that Wontumi is pro-NPP means that every statement that comes from Wontumi and if misinformation is doing the bidding of government. Is that the analysis?
Doc, you said you didn't. So. Doc, you said you didn't hear. So. You said you didn't hear the first part of my question. So maybe you should let me finish it.
No, I can.
Doc, you are giving me a response on a question you haven't fully finished hearing.
Okay, please let me hear your question.
Thank you, Doc. I said that so far some of the attempts we have seemed to go in favor of government. Like I gave you an example. Isn't government worried that some entities are confident to speak or say certain misinformations, give certain misinformation, some information that go to an extent are misinformations in the name of government? So much so that when this came out, someone says that, government has sent people to do this. Isn't government worried about how it is portrayed out there because of the actions of certain media houses and media persons?
And so, Abner, just to state that Ohneba is an individual person, does not work for the government.
Right.
He works for a radio station, which is Wontumi. Wontumi is not a mouthpiece of government. Wontumi station is not a mouthpiece of government. Wontumi is Wontumi station aligns itself with the New Patriotic Party. And so very, very clearly we need to be able to bring that separation over here. Right. And to also state very well that the mis and disinformation that Ohneba puts out, how does that contribute to what government wants to do? He puts out that election is going to be held in 2 days. I mean, we want to win this election. Do you think that would contribute to a mis and disinformation in the public domain for people not to come and exercise their democratic
that's right why I asked.
In voting? No, so I'm giving a response. No, I'm giving a response to that, if you may. Okay. And so he puts out a mis and disinformation that on the first day of voting, which is on the 7th day, people are going to vote from ballot 1 to number 1 to number 7, and then on the second day, people are going to vote from number 8 to number 13. I mean, that's a clear disinformation. Our government is very serious about these issues, and we condemn the act very clearly. So, Ohneba does not speak for government, does not represent government. Wontumi is oriented around the ideologies of the New Patriotic Party, but Wontumi is not a mouthpiece of government, which is Wontumi station is not a mouthpiece of government, which is why I'm bringing clarity to it. And so the law must deal with him, which is why he's been invited by the Inspector General of Police, because he's causing mis and disinformation, and it does not align to what the government wants to do. We want to have a free, fair, transparent election by the mandate of the Ghanaian people. We don't want any Ghanaian to be disenfranchised or going to exercise their franchise and their vote. And so for us, I mean, we condemn all those acts at all. And there's mis and disinformation from the NDC. You didn't hear the NDC communication officer when he stated that the Central Command Brigadier General Matthew Opoku is holding ammunition in his house. You didn't see those mis and disinformation. Would you also say that some agency is doing the bidding of government? And so clearly, there's mis and disinformation from everywhere. And so we condemn those acts as well. And we ask that the Inspector General of Police as well and the Ghana Police Service invite some agency to be able to bring evidences to that matter. Right. Because he's caused a lot of fear and panic in the public domain.
Doc, okay. I wanted to clarify that we were not saying that Wontumi was doing the bidding of government. The question was to say that anybody or any entity that is seen to be aligned to government or to the political party the government is coming from, if they speak that way, doesn't it cast aspersions onto the credibility of the government? And you have given us a response to it. Yes.
That Wontumi station is not a mouthpiece of the government.
Right.
Ohneba is not an employee of the government. He doesn't speak for the government.
So
if he goes out individually to be able to misinform and disinform, the law must deal with him. Which is why I'm making the statement that some agency who put out those misinformation about Brigadier General Matthew Opoku, is he doing the bidding of the government? And so, in as much as Inspector General of Police and the Ghana Police Service has invited Wontumi to be able to bring evidences to that. We also call on the Inspector General of Police and the Ghana Police Service to invite Committee as well, because he put out a lot of mis and disinformation.
Dr. Boakye Danquah, what is government doing? How is government supporting the work of the NCC and the National Media Commission to combat these forms of misinformation and disinformation going all around?
There are state institutions that has been reinforced. NCC is a state institution. I've seen that they have condemned the mis and disinformation, and so which is good. I mean, there's a lot of education that is going on from NCC in the various local assemblies and districts to let people know that we're voting on the 7th of December, which is a Saturday, and voting starts at 7 a.m. and it ends at the last time that it ends, and that's the ballot is 13 people that are standing, and for us as a New Patriotic Party, look at the top, just the top, don't look anywhere else, look at the top, number 1 on the ballot, look at the top, where the Oshono is, and vote for Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. So there's a lot of education that is going on, and then also vote for the parliamentary candidates at the various constituencies. The parliamentary candidate numbers are different, but we are number 1, the first on the parliamentary candidate shift, and so all voting is being done on the same day. And the reason why this conversation is important is that the observer missions in Ghana, ECOWAS observatory mission is already in Ghana. They came in last week. The observer missions in Ghana, AU is going to come in as well. EU is going to come in. And observer missions around the country. And so it's important that when we're having these conversations, we have it in sync so that nobody takes up these observations that are happening leading to the election as though government has equipped some private media houses to be doing the bidding of mis and disinformation. Government has not equipped any media house to do the bidding of government for mis or disinformation. All media houses are not the mouthpiece of government. Government has an official mouthpiece, which is the Minister for Information, and the Ministry of Information, which is the official mouthpiece of government. The Minister for Information, the Honorable Fatimata Abubakar, together with her deputy, and the Communications Directorate and the Presidency and spokespersons of government. We are the official mouthpiece of government.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Boakye Danquah. Let me come to you, Prof, before we end today's conversation. Okay, we have lost Prof, but Dr. Boakye Danquah, we are grateful for your time this morning.
Thank you, Abena, for the opportunity.
Dr. Palgrave Boakye Danquah is government spokesperson on governance and security. Professor Bafo Agyeman-Duah is a governance expert. We had conversations about SHRAJ. SHRAJ has put out a report. We will continue to peruse the report, also waiting to hear from the Secretariat of the National Cathedral, to hear from them after SHRAJ's report. And we also had conversations about misinformation ahead of the election. Dr. Boakye Danquah says that government hasn't equipped any media house to do its bidding. If you want to hear from the government, you should be hearing from the Ministry of Information and other communication outlets from the presidency and not any media house. Dr. Boakye, Professor Bafo Agyeman-Duah also believes that we must up the cybersecurity of the nation so that these issues of misinformation and disinformation is reduced. That's all for our main discussion today on ABC in the Morning. Samuel Onyimadu is up next to bring us politics today, another in-depth analysis into a constituency that you want to listen to. Stay with us, we'll be back soon.
allocations.
We are currently here at Kamishi.
When the news breaks, we are there. In the heart of matters arising, we follow through with the right question. Don't miss a beat with our in-depth news analysis. From breaking news, special feature stories, latest news, we bring you the stories that matter. Our team of immersed reporters bring you the news as it happens. Join us every 6 a.m., 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. each day for a comprehensive look at the stories beyond the headlines.
2 to 1.
You're watching ABC News GH.
ABC News GH, your trusted source for news.
Mid-year budget review with some key allocations.
We are currently here at Kamishi.
When the news breaks, we are there. In the heart of matters arising, we follow through with the right question. Don't miss a beat with our in-depth news analysis. From breaking news, special feature stories, latest news, we bring you the stories that matter. Our team of immersed reporters bring you the news as it happens. Join us every 6 a.m., 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. each day for a comprehensive look at the stories beyond the headlines.
Two to 1.
You're watching ABC News GH.
ABC News GH, your trusted source for news.
Mid-year budget review with some key allocations.
We are currently here.
Many conferences, many exhibitions, for many creative arts shows and so on. We already have our December in Ghana and Beyond the Return and so on. So you see so many opportunities that will help grow this economy. And so we are very, very excited. I wanted to come here to see. I had a previous meeting a few weeks ago with Agnes in my office to get an update of where we were. She gave me an update, and I said, well, I would like to come and see for myself where we really are. And I must tell you, I'm very, very impressed. I want to thank the contractor, the consultant, and the workers and the management for where they've gotten us to today. You may not realize it, but this is very, and the work is very advanced. But you may look at this and you may see a shell, but all the
The third delay is not even about getting investors to come and work. That was the easiest. The two major delays that actually set us back was one, the free development. Imagine you come here, there's key officers, broken down buildings, squatters, everything, and you cannot move, right? And everybody is saying, I will move, although you have no legal right to do it. That took from 2017 to 2020, 2017 to 2020. He was trying to clear the site of unwanted structures and illegal structures that were there, right? So that cleared the way. Right after that, at the top of 2020, when the first developer was ready to come and put in the services like the infrastructure, the roads, power, in March of 2020, when we developed the entire universe stopped. No plane moved in 2 years. The whole entire 2021, and even some of them, planes didn't move. Of course, the planes are not moving, investors are not moving, the economy is not moving. But as His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa said during the meeting, he said, protection of the human life is paramount. We can save the economy, right? We can bring investors back, but on the other, we cannot save human life. So the project stopped. Even around the world, conventional centers around the world were completely different, right? So it made no sense to start building.
ede mi be adwuma menya kra 500 cedis ekoye mame ekoye mamtafi number 1 mede mano esi rado number 1 ba umi ashe amupe umpo me abina Hilda the assassin 5 mesu basu life and colored esi rado mede mau on the 7 mede mau esi rado me say kwaye o do beka so go ekoye no pakono buwa politics into the pakono person on kanokwe obi anwo chire no e wo mu so high free education na free education ba to nyama asa no kwara na ko school sika ni ye ni bi e be da to nyama ma kwara na mo akọ school nta aban no on hwe ni ye na bibia asa ni mai ye nto ade ye je trehia na ehwe e ya la le se kakra asa ko fa de abehiem na asa ahwe ya wo chire o ya wo cha aban no ababoa ya kura ya so ababoa na oboa Robaka sa aban na ababoa ye no oboa o odido kunu 1 cedi koye campaign odigari 5 cedi koye campaign oba ida kunu si won kita 20 Ghana on odido kunu mi eno na mi nti ase no asese Ghana ade asikofo oto no sa no ye hunyafo nso ye to first Ghana ntisa ye wade osikani to na ye wade ohiyani to ye ni bi no abrabon ya wo chire papa ya wo chire si first no se some ya free education ya wo chire tama school nu ye tua ka na esane ma ye kaka ye be tua de nska ye be tua ladbe first ladbe mi ma yi so ma bobo ni boy ye dia ma mi a 30 Ghana a month se 1 month 3 weeks 2 weeks 1 million madam na si people na se so nkoto fofo as so ya sa wow just me ya bibia ye won to kaka se first won show yanko akai mo otimi tua no lorry fe na se sani mi se bi ni wonti no yanko lorry ka mkura ko na otete service lorry fe since lorry ontimi ntia fama yanko nti e bre do baka se ya bre wa Ghana se so no pa ko no obuwa me any politics nti echi ama won chira politics nti mi papa ti we nti no na won chira ontimi nkasa se mi papa ti we nti ta ebe ya mpanyufo no omu betie ya ase no mu sampa ya won chiri ya oni pa ko won chiri no politics nto ampa so be ka no kure me papa ti we nti dabi ababon ya mboni sa ka na mpanyufo no mu tie na mu ye bibisi ya won toye ya ni bi ne bre
Ton gradu sisi a wi sa ye den ye ton gradu from nto ye ni mo za ya ba market ye ton ye dira wi ni mo sa ye ba 5 ko ni anapa ye sa ko 7 I want to say you to school fees. Yeah, you don't grad I cause of saying graduate grad to Ade. I want to more day. Oh, and I go for Papa Yan to Abanma Pano, Nansu Enkoyi cra. Oh, me woman general crack about them in 2 vida. If you say, Memini and this million people, me really the Koya Namato, Sam Taban in 2. And to me, I really am a head of Wamina, Namato Aban. If you say, the butcher, the 2 go to one silk with me, I didn't see. Moment of Sky, I'm why.
Meto akutuoni lemon. Se lemon no ne boy den ka first lemon no o hani nyina 20 Ghana 10 Ghana. Ya boabo ni bebre 22 si bia tumi tobi. Ba se lemon 100 Ghana 80 Ghana. Oto hunya hwe. Ade na nipa ni hu awope na so oni sika wo de beto ne boy ni din. Na afie we so edwa no enye ye nto ade. Eniema ye ba ye obi asisi ni niema wa wo mu ane abeto ba ko bia ma. Edwa ne nye enti yesra won sa o mema o man ni mu aye ye kakra ma sika no won ma sika mla kuro ma na yenso yenya ye to ade ne yenso yento yenya bi mu ye botom na ye man so kosko ye nya bi da tototo ne ma ma wa da akọ ndi sa na se betra ne ma hu o mu sa free education ho de ba ya betra ne ma hu na ya nto ade na nkwala ni kosko a de na ye re betoto ne ma na ka won ho ma won wakọ enti yesra won o ma sika mra o man ni mu na yenso ye ton a ye ntumi ntobi ene hwe akutu e fese akutu ha na ye 10 cedi ye boabo no 1 cedi 2 cedi ene akutu ha 100 Ghana 90 Ghana woton a wonya hwe enti yesra won empanifo ne yesra won ama no onye ne ye man na yeso ye ho ye ni boafo bia o man mu no na yeso ye nya bi kakra obi wa woni obia duma na woni nua woni papa woni obia wo man bi na duma na ye ni kun ye ne maame ye ni bibia enti so ba na ya nto ade sa eye din enti yesre ye mpanifo won aye me to aba me hwe aman ni nipa oba baba beboa ye ama ye nso ye ton ade a ye nso ye betumi ato na ye nso ye nya bidi ato aduane edi ye nya bidi ahwe ye ma enu ti na ma ye nso ye de ye to aba se to aba ma mu na se mo be ba ma ni mu na duma anyema nyina ya basa.
Are actually friends, you know. After the studio banter, they walk each other to their cars, their children attend the same schools, they go on holidays together. Well, we need to understand that this is just a simple democratic exercise. Politics is a battle of ideas, it's not a battle of muscles. And we need to understand that politicians are actually friends, you know. After the studio banter, they walk each other to their cars, their children attend the same schools, they go on holidays together, they meet in the beer bar for a cup of beer or a cup of tea. Okay, so for you to have issues or get violent with your neighbor because of politics, surely is an exhibition of your lack of understanding about what politics is. So let us be mindful of the fact that Ghana is the only country we have. This is a simple democratic exercise. Whatever government that would come in place, it would not be a government of NDC supporters or MPP supporters, but surely it's going to be a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. We want nothing else but peace. So I urge you all to vote, but not violence.
Good morning, and you are welcome to another section of Ghana of Politics Today, here with me, Samuel Nyimabo. And in the next few minutes, we'll be bringing you another analysis of a constituency as part of our focus in the constituencies ahead of the elections. This time around, we are going to a swing region, that region that normally determines who wins the election in the presidential contest in every elections in Ghana. I'm talking about the central region. And we'll be going in there to look at one constituency that your eye should be on in the lead up to the 2024 elections, because the incumbent MP has decided to go independent and go solo. And as a result, it's triggering a lot of things happening in that constituency. I'm talking about the Aguna West constituency of the central region. Now, Aguna West has long been a fertile ground, both agriculturally and politically. Its diverse population, largely agrarian, is sustained by the cultivation of crops such as cocoa, cassava, maize, vegetables like pepper and tomatoes, while small-scale businesses and trade are also part of the local economy. Farming remains the lifeblood of the constituency. Some popular towns within the Aguna West constituency include Aguna Swedru, Aguna Nkum, Aguna Nyakrum, Bobi Kuma, Abodom, Kwamai, Upper Bobi Kuma, and the Lower Bobi Kuma. These are some towns within the Aguna West constituency in the central region. Statistically, this constituency has been a stronghold of the New Patriotic Party, but as we head into the 2024 general elections, a move by the incumbent MP, Cynthia Mamile Morrison, has thrown the constituency into a bit of uncertainty as to who will be the parliamentarian elect for the constituency come December 7th. As I mentioned, it has been a stronghold of the New Patriotic Party, but the dynamics are likely would be different come December 7, because the incumbent MP, on who is the MP for the area, who ran in 2020 on the ticket of the NPP, is now going independent, meaning that she has defected into independence. And we know what that brought in Parliament. We saw the chaos it brought in Parliament, where the NDC triggered Article 97, seeking to declare her seat vacant, because they believe that Article 97 of the Constitution, her intention to go independent means that she had vacated her seat and should be, and it brought a lot of chaos in Parliament. So far, things have settled down, but we'll be looking at what the Agona West constituency will look like in the 2024 elections. But before we go into what it will look like in the 2024 elections, let's give you a breakdown of the results in the constituency since 1996, or even since 1992. From the presidential result, as you see here, the NPP won to 2000, they won as well in 2004. The NPP won as well. In 2008, they won as well in this constituency. 2012, they won, but with a very minimal margin, where the NDC came very close to them in 2012. Now in 2016, the NPP extended their margin a bit further to some 58.30% of the presidential vote. In 2020, the NPP won again in this constituency. So if you see that trend, if you see what the trend is, the NPP has only lost once in this constituency, and that was as far back as 1996 in the Agona West constituency. So it is a stronghold for the New Patriotic Party, but will it remain a stronghold for them in come December 7? We will see. Now, this is how the NDC has also performed in the constituency. Coming from 96, when they won the first time in that constituency, lost it in 2000, lost it as well in 2004, and then lost in 2008, even though they had a bigger margin, a bigger percentage of 44.40%, they lost it as well in 2012, where in that 2012 elections, John Dramani Mahama contested Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. John Mahama lost in the 2012 elections in the Agona West constituency as well. He lost to the Akufo-Addo of the NPP. In 2016, Akufo-Addo came back and won. John Mahama lost, getting some 40.30% of the vote in the constituency. Then you come to the 2020 elections, where Akufo-Addo had his second term as president of the republic. The NDC lost in the constituency as well. And this is how the presidential result has shaped up in the Agona West constituency. Let's quickly look at the parliamentary result and what the pattern has been, what the trend has been in the parliamentary result. Now you see that with the parliamentary, the NDC has won twice in this constituency. The first time in 1996, having secured 48.30% of the vote. Then they won again in 2012, securing some 53.30% of the vote. Apart from these two wins for the National Democratic Congress in the constituency, the NPP have won the rest of the remaining time, winning the remaining 6 times in the constituency, winning it in 1992, winning it in 2000, as we see here, with some 57.50%, winning it as well in 2004, and then in 2008, you check here, there's a trend in Agona West. In 2008, you realize that the percentage between, if you put the cumulative percentage of the NPP and the NDC, it is not up to 100. There was a new trend, or there was a new candidate. The NDC had 28% of the vote. Then the NPP had 42% of the vote. However, there was an independent candidate, as we are going to see in the 2024 elections. There was an independent candidate, and that independent candidate took majority of the vote from the NDC. That's why the NDC only had 28% in 2008. We would see whether that will play out in the 2024 elections. Where will the independent candidate be taking his vote from? As we see in 2008, the independent candidate took the vote from the NDC. Then the NDC came to win the elections in 2012. It means that after 2008, they learned their lessons and went to put things together, come and win the 2012 parliamentary seat in the Agona West constituency. Then again, in 2016, they lost their seat to the NPP, where the NPP had 58% of the vote. Then in 2020, we saw Mamile Cynthia Morrison winning that seat again for the NPP. Cynthia won in 2016, won again in 2020, and now she's going independent. And that has been how the parliamentary result has shaped up in the Agona West constituency. Now, let's look quickly, go through the key contests over the years, starting from 2008. Key contest starting from 2008. NDC had Francis Kojo Atta, NPP, Joe Kingsley Hackman. Now, Kingsley Hackman is popular within the NPP. He won that 2008 elections for the NPP by some difference of 6,338 votes. But realize this face, Edwin Abaka Williams, who was an independent candidate, rivaled the NDC. He almost got the same percentage as the NDC. If you look at the nominal values, 12,613 votes for the NDC candidate, then 12,526 votes for the independent candidate in 2008. Almost the same. It means that this independent candidate, Edwin Abaka Williams, took most of the vote from the NDC candidate. Would that play out in the 2024 election? Would we see Cynthia Mamile Morrison taking most of the vote from the NPP, or she will take it from the NDC? Time will tell. December 7th is just at the corner. Now let's look at how the 2012 elections also shaped up and the result or the key contest in 2012. In 2012, we have Charles Obin Inkum of the NDC as against Samuel Kweku Obodai of the NPP. Now, Charles Obin won the elections in 2012. As I said, NDC learned their lessons and they won the elections in 2012, giving a difference of some 4,769 votes within their constituency. Let's look at 2016, how the results were in the 2016 elections, the key contest. Then we saw this new face, Cynthia Mamile Morrison, coming in 2016 to rival an incumbent MP for the area, Charles Obin Inkum. Now, Cynthia was able to do the Lord's work, defeated the incumbent MP by some 9,347 votes. Look at Cynthia getting 58% of the vote. I mean, one of the largest or the biggest margin anybody has won in that constituency. Cynthia did it in 2016. Will she be able to repeat it in 2024? Time will tell as well. Now let's see, in 2020, when Cynthia came for her second term, what did she do? What was the vote she had? What was the margin like? In 2020, Cynthia faced off with Paul Ofori Amwa of the NDC in the constituency. You see, the margin dropped. The difference in the nominal vote dropped from 9,000 to now 2,840 votes. It was still enough for Cynthia to win in the Agona West constituency. If you look at this downward trend, does it mean that in 2024 she's likely to drop in terms of the nominal values she will get, now that she doesn't have the support of the New Patriotic Party within the constituency? She has gone independent as well. And this is how the 2020 elections panned out for the constituency. Now the big question is, who wins in the 2024 general elections within the Agona West constituency? Now the question is, who wins? The big question in this year's election is, who wins in the Agona West constituency of the Central Region? Is it going to be NPP Chris Atta, or the defected NPP member Cynthia Mamile Morrison, now still incumbent MP for the area, or Ernestina Ofori Dangbe will do the magic for the NPP, considering that these two are going to rival for the vote of the NPP. Considering that these two are going to rival for the vote of the NPP. Cynthia as against Chris Atta. We saw it in 2008, where an independent candidate took most of the vote from the NDC candidates then. Then the NDC went ahead to lose the elections. Now Cynthia, who is an former NPP member, non-defected, going independent, will she get the vote from this side? If she does, it means that this lady will have a bigger opportunity to win the vote in the 2024 elections. And that is what we are going to look at, who can actually win in this constituency and who has the, will I say, the biggest probability to win in this year's election. Who are the pollsters tipping to win in this constituency? We'll bring you that shortly. But let's quickly also look at the percentage change in the vote over these years in the constituency. What has been the marginal change in terms of percentage, the vote margins, the vote differences? What has been the change in this constituency? Then we'll be able to project and make a case for who can actually win the election and what it will take for anyone to win in the Agona West constituency of the Central Region. So quickly, let's look at that. The percentage change in this constituency. If you look at the trend that we gave you, the parliamentary trend, you realize that the NPP has won majority of the seats in this constituency, winning 6 out of 8, where the NDC only won twice. However, you realize that from time to time, the votes that the NPP got kept decreasing or declining at some point. From 2016, you look at what Cynthia got. Her vote margin dropped in 2020. Will it drop further for Chris Atta of the NPP? Now that he has Cynthia Mamile Morrison to rival for the vote of the NPP. Now, as the 2024 general elections approach, the political environment in Agona West has been thrown into a state of uncertainty following a surprising but significant development that Cynthia Mamile Morrison, the MP for the year, has decided to go independent. What does it mean for the NPP in their constituency? Now, if you have followed the discussion in this constituency, and we have monitored the constituency as well, you will realize that what most of the electorate are saying is that they are not happy with Cynthia's move to go independent. Some of the market women who we have engaged, we have videos of them publicly venting their dissentment to the move by Cynthia Mamile Morrison to go independent. They don't like Cynthia going independent because most of them fear that it will affect the chances of the NPP candidate, because this NPP candidate will now have to fight for the NPP vote in the constituency with Cynthia. And that will be a big issue for the New Patriotic Party, especially so because the NPP wouldn't want to have another hung parliament, because this hung parliament has given them a lot of troubles, especially when Cynthia herself decided to go independent. It threw the whole NPP caucus into a case of disarray, where they now had to use legal means to maintain their majority status in parliament. They don't want same to repeat after the 2024 elections. Hence, they will need this seat as well. They will need the Agona West seat. The NDC, we saw in their Memphis Central, was able to get the incumbent MP, Aka, Peter Aka, to withdraw his candidacy. The NPP hasn't been able to do that. There were rumors flying here and there that Cynthia had withdrawn, and she came out to publicly deny that she is not withdrawing. She's going in for this seat again for the third time now on the independent candidature. Cynthia's move within the constituency has been disliked because they fear that she has a following, and her loyals, the loyals of Cynthia Morrison, will follow her and vote for her, and she will by all means take a certain percentage of the vote from the NPP. The least she can get in this constituency per what we've monitored is the least Cynthia can get is about 20%, and if she's able to do that, she has caused a very big havoc for the New Patriotic Party within the constituency. And this is how the percentage change in terms of the parliamentary vote has been like in the constituency. From 1996 to 2000, realize that the NDC dropped their vote that they had in 1996 by some 29.1%. That is a very big drop. While the NPP increased theirs by 44.58%. It was evident because NPP won the seat in 2000. Then we came to 2004. NDC, after dropping their nominal vote in 2000, increased their 2000 votes by some 16.30%, as against the NPP's increment by some 14.02%. This was still not enough for the NDC to win the 2004 elections. It's not just the increase. I've always maintained that if you are a parliamentarian going into this election and you are an incumbent NP, it is about how you are able to maintain your momentum. If you are increasing, by what percentage are you increasing? Increasing it by a bigger percentage. That means that you need to do the work. If you are just maintaining the same vote you get, your opponent will increase his or hers and will give you the shock of your life. So you need to also increase it by a bigger margin. The NDC did that. They increased it by 16.30%, but it was still not enough for them. So they lost. In 2008, because of the work of the independent candidate, we saw that both parties saw a drop in their vote. It means that the independent candidate didn't just take from the NDC. The independent candidate took from the NPP as well. However, he took more from the NDC than the NPP. Will Cynthia take more from the NPP than the NDC? It is likely going to be so because she's coming from the NPP caucus. In 2012, we saw now the NDC, after losing that 2008 elections, learned their lessons, went ahead to increase their vote by some 139.17%. That's a bigger increase. They won the seat in 2012. Whilst the NPP were doing some 34.01% increment, the NDC increased it by 139%. That's why they won that seat in 2012. Then in 2016, Cynthia came in, Cynthia Morrison. Then the NDC lost their seat, dropped their vote margin, their votes by some 22.35%, as against the NPP increment, led by Cynthia Morrison, some 40.84%. In 2020, Cynthia won again. However, you realize that her vote decreased. The vote she got in 2016 decreased by 6.88% as against the NDC's increment of 18.14%, which was still not enough for the National Democratic candidate in the 2020 election. So if you look at this, what this tells you is that you need to increase your vote margin by a bigger percentage. Anytime a party did, they won the elections in Aguna West. Anytime you dropped, you lose. So you have to, if you are dropping, you hope that your candidate or your opponent don't increase that by a bigger margin. So you realize that Cynthia, when she dropped in 2020 by 6.88%, the NDC candidate was not able to increase his vote enough. So Cynthia still won in the Aguna West constituency. How will it play out in the 2024 elections? Now, as the constituents of Aguna West head into the elections, there are key issues that will be on their hearts. Issues concerning roads. They are farming. The constituency is largely a farming constituency. So issues with roads, issues to do with the transportation of their farming, their farm product from the farms to the market areas. The general economic situation will also be another issue. Unemployment for the youth within the area, because it is largely agrarian communities within this constituency. Unemployment, people who have completed schools who want to get work to do. So these are the issues that is going to center on the heart of the voters within the constituency. And any of the candidates vying for the position in this election, be it Cynthia, who is now going independent, or Atta of the NPP, they need to put in the work, get these local communities together for them. But the work largely lies on the NPP in this constituency because they have much to lose than the NDC. The NDC just need to put in a minimal work, and if Cynthia is able to do the work for them, the NDC is likely to win. But it will not also be as easy for the NDC as well. It means that they can't be complacent, relying on Cynthia to take the vote of the NPP to give them the win. So the NDC candidate also, she needs to put in the work to win the 2024 parliamentary elections for the NDC in the Agona West constituency. This constituency is on the heart of the New Patriotic Party because they will be wanting to make a statement to this lady. They'll be wanting to make a statement to Cynthia Morrison that when you leave our party, you don't take our voters away. Will they be able to make that statement? Time will tell. Cynthia, on the other hand, will want to make a statement for herself and tell the party in the region, the national executives, that she is a formidable figure within the constituency, and they can't just disregard her because she has had issues with how she's been treated at the Ministry of Gender to Parliament, how she's been treated in Parliament and all of that, and how she was treated in the primaries that she lost. Right. So this is how things will shape up in the Agona West constituency. The three candidates will be rivaling out to see who wins. But it is likely, because of what we saw in 2008 when there was an independent candidate, it is likely that this lady of the NDC, Ernestina Ofori Dangbe, is likely that she might, based on what is happening, based on the disunity happening in the NPP, it's likely that she might snatch the seat for the National Democratic Congress in the Agona West constituency. And that's how we bring the analysis of the Agona West constituency to an end here today on Politics Today with me, Samuel Nyemabo. And as we always say on Poll Center, vote, not violence. Don't engage in any act of violence as we head into December 7th. And I want to remind you that today we'll be bringing you an extensive constituency focus later today from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. today and every weekday, where we'll be bringing you detailed analysis of constituencies across the 16 regions, and we'll be connecting with our regional correspondent to give you all the updates that you need ahead of the December 7th elections. So don't change your dial. Come, switch on your televisions, go to our YouTube channel and subscribe to ABC News Ghana as we bring you the focus in constituency, or constituency in focus. I am your host, Samuel Nyemabo. Have a lovely morning.
Key allocation.
We are currently here at Panishin.
When the news breaks, we are there. In the heart of matters arising, we follow through with the right question. Don't miss a beat with our in-depth news analysis. From breaking news, special feature stories, latest news, we bring you the stories that matter. Our team of immersed reporters bring you the news as it happens. Join us every 6 a.m., 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. each day for a comprehensive look at the stories beyond the headlines.
221.
You're watching ABC News GH.
ABC News GH, your trusted source for news.
This is where the headlines are probed. Policies scrutinized through an objective lens with an unbiased approach to every discussion. Key in to a series of pulsating conversations with the hard questions.
Why do you still want to run when you have failed?
I haven't. What do you mean by failed?
In-depth analysis of policy proposals.
If it is a temporary program, why do we want to still create another gold reserve exchange program also to address a temporary issue?
If you introduce a temporary measure and you realize that the temporary measure works and is sustainable, you have to rethink whether or not it should just be temporary.
And every agenda and positions intellectually debated to set the record straight.
Look, you still don't answer the question now. Good. Question is, if Article 78(1) is anything to go by, your ministers of state largely are supposed to come from the parliament.
Yes.
The law says that not less than 10 and not more than 19. So these are your cabinet, your ministers of state you're going to get. How do you intend to resolve? Have you thought about managing that head-on?
Absolutely. If I hadn't, I probably would not get on the fray to do this.
On Focus on ABC, we focus on the matter, the personality, and the answer beyond the rhetoric. Focus on ABC shows every Thursday at 7 p.m. only on ABC News Ghana television.
in the morning. Up next is executive interview. On executive interview, we give you the opportunity to tell Ghanaians about that thing you are doing, that venture, that business, that service you provide. This is the only platform you get to sell your wares and sell them to the Ghanaian public. So take advantage of executive interview here on ABC in the morning. Get in touch with us on 053910. Just get in touch with us, 0539161609, 0539161609, or get in touch with us via our socials, and then we will help you tell Ghanaians about what you are doing. Today on executive interview, we are throwing the spotlight on Mokobi Shoes. Mokobi Shoes sells some beautiful shoes. We had a conversation with them. Christmas is coming. You are determined to buy shoes, especially men's shoes. This interview is for you.
Well, I'm David Kojamorton, and I'm the CEO of
Mokobi Shoes, and Naj Evans Ventures. So we deal in shoes, quality shoes, sandals, slippers, half shoes, and belts. Yeah, shoe business is good. I've been in the shoe business for 21 years now, and all the properties by the grace of God I've done is through shoe business. Every business depends on the person who is doing it. What I can say, every business is good depending on the structures that you put in place. But if I'm speaking for myself, yes, God has been good, and the shoe business too is not bad. Just that with the infiltration of these Chinese, they are hurting our business. But once you have life, you know, you push through. Well, with the introduction of digitalization, now a lot of people prefer. You see, yesterday I was telling a guy, comfort is expensive. You want to be at the comfort of his hall, but he doesn't want to pay for delivery. A lot of people now want delivery. So in a day, I can say about 90% of what we sell through the internet. Digitalization, then they will momo you the money. All the delivery guys, you see there are a lot of delivery guys around here. So anytime anybody needs a shoe, we package it, send it through delivery. So in a day, if I'm to make a sales of 1,000 Ghana cedis, 900 comes through delivery, then just 100 cedis walk-in. So now a lot of walk-ins have slowed down. A lot of people prefer the internet one, online. Mokobi shoes for any guy who wants to look good. You want to look classy. You want to be presentable anywhere. Because you see, anybody, anywhere you go, the first place that they will look at is the shoe that you are wearing. And when it comes to Mokobi shoes, we have shoes for all occasions. We sell, especially Ghana Law School. They are one of my biggest customers. They like my shoes. A lot of CEOs, executives, businessmen, students, and what have you. And even reverend ministers. Yes. Because I have shoes. You have shoes for holy living. That's our tagline. Shoe for holy living. When my company used to be Heaven Shoes Ventures. We started as Heaven Shoes Ventures, then come to Naj Evans Ventures because we added on, and we don't only do shoes, we now do furniture. So we need to broaden the scope. So we sell for any person who wants to look good. Yes, because you see the belt, we have this coffee color, goes to the coffee shoes. Black goes to black shoes. So if you are selling, you want to do anything leather. Actually, we used to sell wallets and that stuff. So anything leather, you come to Mokobi Shoes, you get them. Well, Mokobi Shoes will open around 6:30 a.m. Yes, 6:30 a.m. till 5 p.m. Sometimes going into the Christmas festivities, we can go to 6:30 to 6:30. Yeah, because we do that because of the workers. Some people close around 5. So if you stay at least 1 hour later, they will come and meet up for them to also get what they want to buy. Apart from Sundays, public holidays every day. Yeah, 350 Ghana cedis you can get a shoe. Yeah, because you see, one thing that people have not taken into consideration, if you buy a shoe 500, 600, and that shoe can last 2 to 3 years, it's better than buying 100 cedis shoe that can last for 3 months. So in a year you buy 3. In 2 years you buy 6. You get it? You are giving you something quality, something durable, something that can last. So if you are giving you 300 or 350, 400, 450, 500, to up to 800, I think we are giving you something quality. They even go and do advert for me. So it's difficult. It's hard for me to do advert. The shoe speak for itself. A lot of people, I know somebody that the dad started buying shoe for him when he was in class 5. Now he's a lawyer. He always says his lawyer friends. He's one guy, when he comes here and I'm here, I don't take money, I just dash him the shoe. Because that's giving me more than 100 customers. You get it? So because of the durability and the quality of the shoe, people buy them, they go and they propagate the good news. Well, we have 3 countries, Turkey, China, and Hong Kong. You can see for yourself the shoes that are here. I mean, that's what I was telling earlier on, that I have friends, I have reverend ministers, I have church members. If I don't sell quality stuff and they buy from me, imagine you chat to somebody, the person buys you from you 2 months. The person will look at you in a certain way. You get it? So we Ghanaians, when we travel, we want something that will last for our members. But these Chinese and the Nigerians that are here, they don't care because they don't have friends. They don't worship. Have you seen a Chinese going to church before? They don't worship. So when we travel, we try as much as possible to bring in something that will last for our members and for our people. Or Mogobi shoes, we do sales always. And there's something that we've been doing. If you're a first-time customer, when you come, we have a little, about 5% discount. Yes, and this Christmas is not of exception. Anybody that walks in here, you get something in addition to your shoe. If not discount, you get something to take home. So, Mogobi, we are excited to see this Christmas coming. As I said, yes, politics, election is around the corner, but we are eyeing the Christmas. Yes, and we will be restocking every day. Every day we will bring in new stuff. Every day, about 10 to 15 new designs will be coming, yes. Well, we have 3 outlets. One is Tudu, behind the Stanbic Bank. One is here, opposite to UMB Bank. And one is Malina, that they call that place China House. Yes, if you get there, China House, Mokobi Shoes is there. If you want to call us, our numbers are 0244 215 457 and 026 704 7049. And all the social media handle Mokobi Shoes, you'll find us.
And that is executive interview. You want to sell your wares, your service that you provide, just get in touch with us on 0539161609 and you will be featured on executive interview. We are grateful for your time today on ABC in the morning, to our guests, to you who called into the show. We are grateful for your time. We'll come your way same time tomorrow with another edition of ABC in the morning. Conversations that you would enjoy, conversations that will have some bearing on you. A few days to the elections. This is your poll center, your credible election guide, and we're saying that pay attention to your votes and not violence. Don't be used as any conduit for violence as we move into the elections. For all of the information you need, you should be tuned in here, and we'll give you all of the information on the elections as we gear up into the elections. I am Abuna Mante. Thank you for making the time with us today on ABC in the